All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster. And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is Model Affliction Monday, and I think we're still on the come down after the big debate. It's been a bit of a weird weekend, and I think the ripples of the debate are still going. I think they'll increase as well, these ripples, as we get going into a little bit more. We go over it, but there is a thing that comes along with this. We call it ECV, existential cognitive veiling. It's whenever there's a particular issue that nobody wants to address, the one that's looking at everybody in the face, they just don't want to see it, and they're getting too close to it. This the issue of horizontal has been going on and on. Only this morning we went for a bit of a day out, a morning out, let's say, to go and test out what Blue taught us. I mean, we have known all of this sort of stuff for quite a long time, but in order for us to do what we do, we like people to come to the realization of these things on their own. So like Blue Marble said on Friday, they've lost the horizontal. Well, Mike gave us the idea of forming a square, geometric understanding of just being able to form a square in reality, using only horizontals and verticals. Either, I'd say it's quite a good lesson as to which ones of those you can use, whether you can use just horizontals or just verticals, or a combination of the two, horizontals and verticals. Only one of those isn't true. Well, I'd say only one of those isn't true, but other people would call me a liar. Talking about Farmer's Boy. People just call you liars for saying geometric facts and then come up with no reason as to why. So what we're going to go over today is, I think, we'll go over the response to, well, the Blue Marble scientific community. And they'll go over their understanding of the debate, because that's what it is. This is Model Affliction Monday, so it's no good us going over it. I think the understanding of what we go over will be done tomorrow. We'll go over the logic of the arguments that are presented. We'll go over that tomorrow within the, standard logic. Good evening, paper. So I think what we'll do is we'll go over when Blue Marble Science finished here, went over to his, and he continued his stream. So as we were in here discussing what we were discussing, I think it would be a good idea for us to go over, first of all, how Blue Marble and his welcome committee, how they did with Blue and how they thought Blue's thing went. And then on Saturday, Blue Marble went on with his the Aussie guys, the Aussie perspective on Sphere Saturday that they do, where they seem to go over it again. When you'll get to hear about Farmer's Boy. He's the one. He's very vocal in these public things about talking about us. So let me cue these up. Anybody want to have a word about anything else that perhaps has been going on? I know that the repercussions of what Blue Marble said, and the losing the horizontal and the tilting verticals, which in turn makes a sloping horizontal, or just get rid of the horizontals altogether. Actually, I don't know whether you can have a sloping horizontal. Okay. Blue titled his stream level isn't horizontal. That's blue marble science. Okay, so everybody all right with that in the Discord? Can you see the
Yes,
stream? Let me.
I can see.
Yep.
Okay, so this is obviously blue marble science, and maybe I don't know whether I've got this at the end of the debate or whether he's going to go over to his bit. I'll sort it out, see what we go.
Maybe we'll do it again one day.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope we don't need to do this. I hope we can progress into more finer arguments to get narrowed in on the points a bit more. I know that's where we're going to be going from now on.
Well, if you're not going to accept any measurements or any observations, then I don't know that there's much point in doing a whole lot more talking.
Well, I guess if we were talking about measurements, we would be talking about horizontal measurements or vertical measurements. Other than that, I'm not so sure. But I don't think you have a horizontal. Which is awkward. You've give up the horizontal line.
Nobody gave up a horizontal line. We know exactly what a horizontal is, Bev. I mean, you showed it to us. You made a picture of it, a video of it.
No, you said a horizontal line can't have a perpendicular being vertical at either end of it. And if you can't do that, you can't have the shortest distance being a horizontal.
No, not on a spherical Earth. You cannot have that. You're right.
That's exactly what I said. You're confined to your model, but unfortunately, in reality, horizontals exist. There is a shortest distance from point A to point B.
That is not necessarily a horizontal. Point A to point B is a straight line in any direction.
Buster's plans,
horizontal, diagonal,
always
any other direction.
Horizontal. Any distance on a plan drawing will be a horizontal distance. That's why elevation profiles have a horizontal baseline, Luke.
They have a horizontal baseline because they're a graph, basically, Bev, representing
perpendicular
elevations.
Relationship. Yeah, perpendicular relationship. That's what graphs are.
Elevations.
Perpendicular relationship between the horizontal and the vertical.
No, they're not representing that. That's not what they're intended for. They're only there to show you elevation versus distance.
Yes, a horizontal distance and then a vertical elevation
change.
Distance
on the x-axis, elevation on the y-axis. That's all.
Yeah, one of them being horizontal and the other one being vertical.
No, that's not what it says. That's not what it means.
That's what an elevation profile is. Yes, Blue.
No, Bev. That is not a
horizontal
representation of the shape of anything.
It's a representation of the elevation of the land.
It is a representation of the change in elevation over distance.
Yeah, that distance being a horizontal distance,
and
the change in elevation being a vertical.
That being a distance across an arc, over an arc.
No,
sea level is an arc. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. It can't be an arc.
Mean sea level. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere.
Sorry, I have to point there. This is the end of the debate, obviously. The mean sea level is a point, and it goes everywhere.
I was just gonna point that out.
I think I've literally wrote that into Imagineometry. The uses of a point that can be used to make everything or turn everything into nothing. It's very clever.
Can we listen to him say that one more time?
About his elevation.
No, that just the mean sea level point.
Let's try that. No,
Sea level
they're
is an
horizontal.
arc. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. It can't be an arc.
Mean sea level. God. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere.
It goes everywhere.
Everywhere. Yeah.
Is that everywhere squared?
Wandering point. Not point. He said that this is arc.
Point is an
He
arc,
said
and it goes
this is
everywhere.
Arc, yes. Point being arc in every direction. I mean, whatever. This doesn't make any sense.
Well, I mean, this is globe, isn't it? Right? It's blue marble science. This is where he gets his methods and all of that from. It's brilliant. Brilliant.
That is the geoid, Bev.
No, it's just... See, that's the geoid. Blue marble science is a point that goes everywhere. That's the geoid. Of course. Take note.
Point being geoid. Arc and geoid.
Yeah, the arc, the point that goes everywhere. That's the geoid. So if you didn't know that, what the geoid was, it's a point that goes everywhere. It's like an arc. It's literally just a point, a datum point.
No, it's literally
just
the
a
geoid,
point.
Bev. That's the definition of the geoid.
It's the definition of the geoid.
Those are all points of equal elevation.
All points of equal
That's
elevation.
what it is. Anyway, I'm going to go.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Yep. See you later.
See you later. Right now. He's off to his...
And let's see.
Look at how many people
That
are in
was
his
painful.
chat. Oh, is that in our chat here? Still
My
over
God.
here. Look at that, how many
Let's
people
see.
in
I
our
need to get
Discord?
back over to my Discord if I can find it. There we go. Got that thing back up and running. Let's see if I can go in there. I'll go in 24/7 general.
24/7.
There's Terry. Hello, Terry.
Hi, Blue. I was trying to follow along and post some images just because I knew that they'd come out up on your screen, but you got a couple of them here and there just to fit in.
Yeah.
I thought that was fun doing that.
He was posting pictures of the under the horizon in the chat, Terry. He got a bit of enjoyment out of it.
You ever run across anybody any more hard-headed than Bev is?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, that was painful.
Oh God, yes.
Well, only if you listen to him.
Oh, I had to leave and come back, and they're still in the same. How do you manage this, Blue? How do you just like not have your head blow up?
I don't know.
Have you got any paracetamol, Blue, hand to hand?
Need some.
Yeah.
You kept
Wow.
Blue needs to take drugs. It's only a little bit of a conversation. It was called a debate, but it wasn't really a debate.
Oh my God.
You basically kept saying the same thing over and over again, and he kept saying the same thing back, and you're like, "No, that's not what I said." And you'd say it again, and he'd come back and say the same thing.
Yeah.
Totally
I think
crazy.
you should have dwelled longer on the Valley survey.
You needed some more diagrams, Blue, to explain the basics because he didn't. When immediately you showed him that table of data from Larry and Co. That was it. I imagine his brain just shut down. He didn't understand what the hell was going on. And he didn't. I mean, you had to explain.
Rumpus said Larry and Co. Wonder why that is. Seems a little bit reluctant to mention that other dude. And Co. Larry and Co. Worth remembering that from Rumpus.
explained to him later, he was shocked when you, about 5 minutes before the end, you said something, oh dear, about the verticals. And he was thinking that verticals in different places were not vertical. You know, that he didn't understand they were relative to one another. It was only in the last 5 minutes or 10 minutes. You said, yes, relative to another vertical. And he obviously did not understand a single thing about your presentation. And of course, his own argument was a non-existent one. His argument consisted of, I'm going to assert these things. He did not present a logical argument with some premises. And if he had, I mean, you can imagine he formulated it. His premises was that whatever it was, one about horizontal being equal elevation, I think it was. Well, that's a false premise. But he didn't present it as an argument. He did not have an argument. And he certainly didn't have any evidence. He didn't have any logical argument. He didn't have any evidence, whereas you did both. And unfortunately, you were just too nice to him, basically.
Okay. Rumpus thinks that I didn't present any logical arguments, which is good for him to tell Blue that, isn't it? Because, I mean, would Blue notice what a logical argument was? Is Rumpus the guy that you would want to check for logical arguments presented at the thing?
I think that he didn't understand anything because you draw even on your table. On your board that level equals B and B equals horizontal, and as B you took equal elevation, so level equals equal elevation and horizontal equals equal elevation. So this is syllogism.
Yeah, but Rumpus said that's not a valid premise. It's not like Rumpus said that's not. They weren't logical arguments according to Rumpus. But I mean, Rumpus, like, yeah, literally just said it to Blue, everybody.
But it is. First premise is level is equal elevation. Second, that equal elevation equals horizontal. This is second premise. And conclusion being that level equals horizontal. This is conclusion. Because of shared B being equal elevation. And I think that he doesn't understand what syllogism is.
I'd say the same as well. Rumpus is useless at logic. But hey, it is he's been taught it by Betty, I suppose. The globe logician. Oh, sorry, the blue marble logician now.
I would say that he didn't taught Rumpus logic at all.
Well, that's why Rumpus can't see logic. I mean, we do know that we're dealing with a load of mythologists, though, right? They literally hate logic. They can't see reasoning. They can't see contradictions. So they'd never be able to see a fallacy. And if you can't see a fallacy when using logic, then are you actually using logic? I don't know. It's pretty clear, though, that they're not using the similar sort of reasoning powers that I am. Apparently that makes me stupid.
You went over this, I think it's a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks ago, how there's something within arguments. It's called the nexus of an argument. The nexus is what links the two premises together. And in this case, it was equal elevation being the nexus of the argument. And you even explained it painstakingly. It's interesting to hear them say you didn't do any logic.
Well, I mean, that's like literally 5 minutes or, 2 or 3 minutes after Blue's left here. He's gone over there, and that's what Rumpus has said. Actually, Blue's in the chat. He's said, "Hey, Bev, did you say he got a bit of enjoyment out of it just now? Was that brackets he got squared a bit of enjoyment?" Yeah, Blue? Yes. Squares. They're fantastic, aren't they? And Tariq, yes. We should have gone over the Realising Euclid test, or we will get there, because this is, we do it bit by bit, and I couldn't think of a simpler way to do arguments first than to lay out an argument and hopefully explain what an argument was. It appears Rumpus missed it. He must have gone to the toilet or something while I was doing it.
And by the way, even if Globers assume that level is curved, this syllogism holds still.
Yeah.
Because, but of course, then you have bendizontal.
Yeah, yeah.
So if Rumpus is saying that your premise is false, he is not correct, because he can put inside this syllogism his own understanding of level, and Globers agree that that level is equal elevation, equidistant from radius or whatever, but still it is, for them it is equal elevation. So level being equal elevation is true premise for Globers. So he cannot say, Rumpus cannot say honestly that this premise is false, because in their model it is true premise. But from this premise, inevitable conclusion is that horizontal is bendizontal. So, but Blue said many times that we all know what horizontal is, and he meant a straight line. In that case, this syllogism is a reduction into absurd, because if he is holding a position that horizontal is straight line and level is curved, this syllogism will show falsity. So that's it. So this is, for me, this is a syllogism which kills the globe, and they cannot resolve this problem, because if they have curved level, they have to have curved horizontal, because they hold position that this is equal elevation. So if,
but that would be a logical argument, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. But
So
Rumpus said it isn't.
Yeah, so he is wrong.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand how syllogism works.
Well, he does, I think. What he's doing is he's relying on the fact that everybody else hasn't got a clue what a syllogism is and how it works. So Rumpus can just say it's a faulty premise, and everyone else will go, that sounds good enough for me. Well done, Rumpus. You've dealt with that argument. We can just dismiss it, because Rumpus says it's got a faulty premise or something.
If a level is curved and horizontal is straight, yes, that would be faulty premise. So this is faulty premise for Globers only. Because if level is straight...
It doesn't say it's curved, though, does it? It literally just it linked level with equal elevation and horizontal with equal elevation. Now, if you want to think they both bend, that's fine. I mean, Blue does that. Blue's lost his horizontal. It's only at a point. And he thinks level curves. So, I mean, why not go with it? Like I say, nothing wrong with it.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Yeah.
The conclusion is inevitable.
Yeah.
So if curved level, therefore a curved horizontal.
Bendizontal, yeah. Which is what Blue Marble said, and we've talked to Jesse Gordon earlier on today about it. He was of the same opinion as Blue, that you know, horizontals as a straight line, geometric straight line, they don't exist. It's understandable. But yeah, the point what it really was that Rumpus, ECV, like, you know, they are the arguments. They're very simple. Rebut them. Nah, we'll just forget about them. And that's the way what Rumpus has just done, I think. Rumpus just dismissed it by saying, not a logical argument. I think that's it. Over and done with now. There's nothing else to do with me. This is all the rest now. Here we go. ECV.
I think this whole argument can be boiled down to if the Earth is flat, then the Earth is flat.
There you go. Paid NASA shill. That's what paid NASA shill got out of the argument. Never mentioned anything about the Earth or flat. In the entire thing. Never once did I mention that. But paid NASA shill. Completely obsessed with it, obviously.
And by the way, he didn't understand the argument at all, because what he said, it is tautology. But your argument was not tautology. So I don't why he put flat Earth. Okay, he is paid NASA shield, but still, your argument was not tautological, like his statement. So complete nonsense.
Yeah, and the fact that I never mentioned flat Earth at all, ever, and I never would have done. Because it's not fucking flat. But these guys are obsessed with it. I can't help it. I call them the all Flat Earth Society. Because that's what they're doing. Nobody else mentioned Flat Earth. Paid NASA shill. An easy man. Keep an eye out for him.
Well, that's basically what he says.
He doesn't know.
Blue Marble says that's basically what he says. No, it's not basically what I said at all. That's a lie, Blue. Literally just come from over here talking about level and horizontal. Yes, please, thank you. And the debate. Never said that once. Lying shit.
Understand
The
that
Earth
down
is
is
flat,
towards the
therefore
centre of
the
the
Earth
Earth.
is flat. That's his total argument.
That's his total argument. Blue, what are you hearing? I mean, it's bad enough for you to not actually hear what I'm saying and contradict everything that you say. But I literally did not say that. You must be hearing gremlins talking about flat Earth. Because I didn't. I'll go back and listen to that again. Because this is what happens when the Blue Marble scientists get together. Talk about this. This is paid NASA shield starts it all off.
Equal elevation, I think it was. Well, that's a false premise, but he didn't present it as an argument. He did not have an argument, and he certainly didn't have any evidence. He didn't have a logical argument. He didn't have any evidence, whereas you did both. And unfortunately, you were just too nice to him, basically.
Shit.
I think this whole argument can be boiled down to if the Earth is flat, then the Earth is flat.
Well, that's basically what he says.
He doesn't understand that down is towards the centre of
the
the
Earth
Earth.
is flat. That's his total argument.
Blue said it again. He fucking Blue, you're lying shit. You're lying shit. Was not my argument at all. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure I agree.
Well, the way he avoided, it just totally blew off the fact that the crosshair of his instrument was 100 feet up on the fucking tower. And it was in his photograph with his instrument and that crosshair.
Yeah, and another point of this crosshair is
whenever you are surveying, right? This is a tip for anybody if you are actually surveying. Don't look at the fucking background. Just look at the measuring rod. That's all you're interested in. The measuring rod. Don't look at the hills in the background, or the mountains, or the buildings. Look at the measuring rod, for fuck's sake. That's Larry Scott, the guy that told my son triangles have more than 180 degrees.
This obviously at the tower it's sloping down, right?
Yeah.
If you put the marble on this, you have a perfectly a flat surface without friction. You put the marble there, it will roll down to bed.
Chaiki, I don't know why they have Chaiki around still. Thought they got rid of him. Chaiki, you're putting a marble on a fucking surface and it's rolling.
Nothing is rolling. This is normal perspective. Horizon is always below level. So I don't understand how Chaiki is using the sloping. Nothing is sloping here. It's going according to perspective as it should. And on your footage, we could see that you are going down to horizon and you were going from level. Your head was above level, so horizontal, and your head was going down while you were going even up, because it was real hump on the beach. So
oh no, this is just a picture. The one that they're talking about now is the one with Blackpool Tower in the background. See, we've been to the beach many times.
Yes, but my argument is that even if you were going up, physically up, your head was going down with crosshairs. So you were going below horizon, this true horizon. But of course you were, and you always were above horizon. So this argument that Blackpool Tower is below something is just bunk. And you were like maximum 1 mile away in your film, and Blackpool Tower is like 13 miles away, or whatever. So completely not. You cannot compare this. And of course, distant objects will drop always.
Yeah, the compression point is below the crosshair. It's not at the crosshair, which is what these guys seem to think.
So objects will always drop to and merge with horizon. And if auto level is leveled, it means that it will go down and down below crosshairs, as it was shown by yourself going away. So this is normal thing. They are trying to make some argument from that this is something sloping. No, nothing is sloping.
Blue Marbles come back and said, sure a hell was, Bev. Your argument is, if level is horizontal, then level is horizontal. That's all you got. Nothing.
Sorry, but this is just dishonesty, because
that
you never said
an
that.
argument, Blue. That wasn't my argument, either of them. I brought two, and that wasn't either of them. It's not an argument, that, Blue. But that's what you have to do, I'm guessing. This is the ECV around the two very simple, basic arguments that I brought. That's why I brought them. Because I know, soon as you can build a simple argument, there's a group of people that can't see it. It's like a magic trick. Literally, a real magic trick. When you show people things that exist in reality that get frightened about it. That's Blue Marble. Literally misrepresenting my argument about the entire debate. He knows he has to lie. Yeah. But this is what they do. They turn things around. You'll see. I'm guessing. Carry on.
I think Tony was trying to say something. Was that you, Tony?
Oh, here we go. Listen to this.
Yes, it was. I was just trying to say that I'm not sure that I agree with Rumpus that he doesn't understand it. I think he does understand the argument. He's just rejecting it, and I'm not sure that I entirely understand why.
He does understand the argument. Which argument? Does anyone know of any arguments? Blue Marble doesn't seem to understand that I made a couple of arguments. They've gone missing. What was Blue Marble's argument? Anyone remember that one?
Yeah, if verticals diverge, then horizontal is not parallel because of, well, how did Rumpus put it? Larry and Co.
Yeah.
That was the argument.
Yeah, Larry and Co. Well done. Larry's the guy that taught my son, or told my son, that triangles have more than 180 degrees when you measure them in reality. Larry Scott.
He should not be taken seriously.
Yeah.
Didn't your son go, what?
Yeah.
Doing that?
Yeah, my son had to come in and ask him, and he literally still told him that triangles have more than 180 degrees.
I remember that. That was awesome. Awesome.
So, yeah, Larry Scott, that's who we're dealing with here. Larry Scott gave Blue Marble some numbers, and Blue Marble has decided that verticals tilt because of it. It's fantastic. Oh, and Bev lies.
He couldn't fool your lad, 15-year-old lad. He couldn't fool him.
Well,
your son was telling him what? What do you mean?
He's fooled Blue Marble into doing a presentation about it.
Yep.
I mean, we can go over Blue Marble stuff eventually at some point. Okay.
Sorry, go on.
Go on.
I just think that the clarity of Blue's presentation and the way it was based in purely in observable reality. It was presented beautifully. Here's what
it was presented beautifully. He clicked play. It was a video, scripted, well acted. Well voiced.
Would happen on a flat. Here's what would happen if the Earth were not spheroidal. Here's what would happen if the Earth's spheroidal. We do the calculations. We do the observations, and it comes out entirely compatible with spheroidal. It was a brilliant presentation, and I don't think that. And I think that Bev understood exactly how powerful it was, and instantly went off into the weeds, and he did it deliberately. And his refusal to engage with observable reality. He was talking about plans and maps and drawings and all of this sort of nonsense.
Are plans and maps and drawings not reality, like elevation plans and maps? Are they not reality?
I would say that this guy missed one word: measurement. He was talking about observations and calculations, and he didn't use word measurement. But all plans and elevation profiles are things which were measured before, and he didn't mention that word. And what about observation when you cannot see a measuring rod, so you cannot measure anything? So measurements are missing. So what the point of observing anything if you cannot measure a measuring rod? For me, this is just nonsense. You cannot measure anything.
There's a picture up here of Tommy Gromveld tilting horizontals. It's fantastic, looking upwards, sloping upwards. I love it.
But absolutely no real world observations, well, except for his beach stuff, which
Absolutely no real-world observations. Oh, well, apart from all of the pictures that we use. Yeah, they're Bev's real-world observations. But let's just fucking ignore that. How hypocritical do you want to be, Blue? You and your gang. So fucking hypocritical.
All depends on the elevation of the camera and looming conditions over the water.
Beth might as well have said measurements mean fuck all.
Yeah, that was a good presentation, Blue. Is that something is that a previous video? Or did you, because I haven't seen that Larry data that you presented with the curve on it before. Is that a new one?
No, that's I did that just for this.
Right.
So Blue Marble did it just for this. The Larry thing. Larry and Co. Never been done before. Literally put a curve in it. Especially.
Right.
Because that was a lot of information to try to pack in 15 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, it was brilliant. It was really, really good.
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, I like it. It was good. Yeah, I thought it was good, Blue.
And Larry, I wish I could have spent more time on the valley. But look at what I was trying to get through. I could turn the valley into 2 hours easily.
Oof.
Therein lies part of the problem, is trying to give these simple descriptions of something that's subtle and complicated, because it's 52 arc seconds per mile. They go, arc seconds? You can measure an arc second? Oh.
It's 52 arc seconds per mile. Remember that? Larry, Scott, that'd be a linear, right? A linear relationship of arc seconds per mile.
So angular size increases?
Well, I don't know. But Larry Scott, he's your expert. He's your man. He's the only one that's left. All the rest of them have gone. Just Larry, that's all you've got. The guy that told my son that triangles have more than 180 degrees. He's your man.
I thought that this arc second remains constant. And just real distance, like inches and feet, are changing. But angles remains the same, I think. But it was their position a couple months ago, I think. As I remember, it was Blue position that this is one angle and no change in arc second. So now I don't understand what he's talking about.
Right, so it's Larry Scott. He's the man. Something arc seconds per mile. Don't know whether that's a straight line, angle. I suspect potential angle of adjustment. But hey, Larry will let everybody know that.
Right.
Yeah, we
he
can.
Doesn't understand. Sorry.
And purpose-built.
Oh, Blue Marble's got adverts on. Sorry about that, people.
Equipment, purpose-built equipment, specifically used by Ordnance Survey, NOAA.
I think an ad is coming.
Oh, another one.
Oh, ads.
Yeah, Blue.
Oi, meerkat.
U.S. Coast Unit,
Wow.
Academy of Sciences, Paris, Mason and Dixon. Yeah, purpose.
I thought I'd test this out, right? Me personally, I have a premium, YouTube Premium. But this account I haven't signed in on. So I thought I'd just leave it. I mean, everybody let me know. Do I have videos? Do I have adverts or anything whenever you're watching any of my videos? I hope not, because I don't switch them on. It appears like Blue Marble switched his adverts on. Hope it's profitable, Blue. Hope you do well out of it. It's quite a lot of adverts, that though.
Built and repeatable. Like the 1970s, using the T3, I have the same T3 in the 2020s. And Yeah, they had similar ones in 1870, 1860, and those data were brought forward and reported in 1900. They're reported every 5 years after that.
He didn't understand that down is towards the centre of the Earth, and that's why he was asking you later on about being on the side of a ball, etc., and numerous other questions.
Yeah, because I think being on the side of a ball is fucking ridiculous. That's why I brought it up. Can't imagine anybody wanting to be able to stand on the side of a ball. Fucking ridiculous.
Yes, and by the way, we understand what they say.
Mm-hmm.
If they say that this is a point in the center of something, yes, we understand, but this is nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
We understand what they say, and we understand that they say nonsense.
Yeah, and that to the centre, he knows, right? We've been over it with Page's proof. We'll get round to it to let everybody know how it actually works at some point. But just know that it's been done. It got done years ago, probably about 2 years ago now. Page's proof walked everybody through it. Rumpus. That's why Rumpus is pictures. It's ridiculous. There's no need to see Rumpus's pictures anymore because Page's proof obviously brings it down and highlights the fact that a vertical and a horizontal should be perpendicular. That's a relationship, but it shows that the moment you go to the centre, that relationship goes out the window. Therefore, it's not to the centre. Otherwise, vertical and horizontal can't be perpendicular. But that's Rumpus. That's Rumpus. Again, I don't want to get over it on the, you know, how the geometry of all of this stuff works, because we can do that. We've got other days. This is model Affliction. This is Rumpus talking shit to Blue. But I don't know whether Blue's taking it on. Like, I don't know who's listening to Rumpus. There's a lot of people that have watched this video. A lot. So they've watched the debate. Not much of a debate. But they've missed an argument or missed two arguments. They've seen Blue's recorded video, and then they've heard Blue afterwards just completely deny that horizontals exist. And now Rumpus is doing this.
That suggests he didn't understand. I mean, I'm sorry, I disagree with Tony. I don't think he understood half of what you were saying. And when he doesn't understand something, he just simply rejects it and then says, well, that can't be true because I don't understand it.
You have much more experience with him than I do. And you're a very skilled debater. So
skilled debater.
It just seems almost inconceivable that somebody can look at Blue's
I think people who haven't dealt with these people for a long time do believe that they are lying or they're deliberately deceiving. But when you see them talking about things that...
Rumpus is the expert. Listen to Rumpus. Definitely the expert on talking to people. He knows how to do it.
That are not contentious and them getting them wrong as well. I believe you can determine their level of understand generally of things. And I've determined that someone like Bev, he does occasionally understand little bits of things. And it also has an issue, of course, he doesn't want to understand. Rumpus. So that's another problem as well. But there's some little things that are not part of the contentious area that he gets wrong as well, that demonstrate where he's not got an issue of willful misunderstanding, that he does not understand some of these things. So I think from that you can then deduce that he doesn't understand a lot of what's being said. And the fact that he was talking about the side of the ball...
Rumpus, like Sherlock, chuffing his pipe. Yes, I conclude. You do not understand. That'll do. That's enough. Thank you very much.
That's enough of logic.
Yeah.
If he did really know what he was talking about, he would not make such stupid statements about whether that's on the side of the ball or not.
I gotta say one thing.
I'll still say it again. Standing on the side of a ball. It is a fucking ridiculous concept. And nobody couldn't imagine that they're stood on the side of a ball. I hope, anyway. Because, to me, it's like an impossibility. Standing on the side of a ball. Everybody knows a ball is a Euclidean three-dimensional shape. And in order for you to maintain balance, you have to be on the fucking top of it.
Then we best not talk about the bottom of the ball then.
Just a ball.
So
Stay in reality.
It's the way that he deflects into these silly, non sequitur, weird, bizarre arguments. I think that is all Poe, 100% Poe.
He does that as well. I agree with you, Mark. He does deliberately deflect. He deliberately tries to confuse. He will deliberately misrepresent.
I'll deliberately try and confuse them with logic.
This is funny because they are using names which they don't understand, because this guy before said that you used non sequitur. I think that he learned how to pronounce this, but still he doesn't understand what it means. But he's just repeating new word for him, and he's repeating non sequitur, non sequitur. But better to learn what non sequitur is, because this is just funny, like child who learned just new word and he doesn't know what it means, but he likes it because it's new word. So let's repeat it.
Yeah, 'tis I the count. We're doing nothing to do with globe models. We're talking about level is ... and all horizontals are ... Now, what's that got to do with your globe model? Surely nothing. Nothing at all. But okay.
But that is an addition to not understanding. One does not exclude the other.
Well, do you really think that he cannot understand the concept of the surface?
Let's see how many times they can all say you don't understand.
Just repeating.
Yeah.
They are just empty words. They are saying nothing, complete nothing.
Part of the script.
Yeah.
Part of the script
Yeah.
to fool the people. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Is it to fool the people or to bolster Blue? Because, like, they're praising Blue and then saying that Bev doesn't understand, which really means that Blue's thing wasn't clear enough. I mean, he needs to simplify it much more. If somebody like me that breaks things down to the most simple can't understand it, then what does that say about Blue's presentation skills?
They always say it's the general's fault if the soldiers don't understand the command. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You don't understand. Like, 'tis I the count. It's because you don't understand, Bev. I mean, got Buster. Buster's going to be doing a ultimate cut. Like, it's good. Proper song. You don't understand. Make it famous. If one good thing can come out of this is that Buster's music can go further because of me not understanding shit. I mean, I'll go on and I'll tell you all of the shit that I don't understand. I don't understand how grown men can think they can stand on the side of a fucking ball. I don't understand that. I don't understand how people can think perpendiculars are perpendicular but aren't perpendicular at the same time. There's tons of stuff I don't understand. There's fallacies everywhere within logic. You wait until you see what the globe's got coming. I'll tell you everything I don't understand.
To the center. Because he acts like that's something difficult to understand. I mean, conceptually, he should be able to at least understand the model as
You would have thought
described.
so, wouldn't you? But when they talk about this, for instance, when SD Montreal presents the radial pitch, he's got a diagram with the radials going into the center of the Earth and then being vertical. Bev has seen that, and he's sort of recognized. He does mention it sometimes that we believe that the radials are down, but he's sort of.
Page's proof. Get ready for it, right? It proves that they're not perpendicular. Can't be like that. Just can't be.
Have said, but isn't that ridiculous? And therefore, I don't need to worry about it. And therefore, he then dismisses it and doesn't include it in his discussions. So, there's a combination of he is an obnoxious, lying, misrepresentative, charlatan, deceiving wanker, and people like Rakia also. Who's actually said to me that his books, I've asked him whether he's got any surveying books, and he said that he has, and he said they agree with what I say.
There you go. Well done, Rick here. He's got Rumpus. Won't be lying or anything there, but nice call there, Rumpus. Somebody else has got books and they agree with what Rumpus says. Well, if that's all you need, right? Everybody, if we can't trust Rumpus, who can we trust? It's a question to ask yourself.
So he therefore is saying that he's disagreeing with the literature that he's supposedly using to do the surveying job, which he says he does. Now, so I don't understand quite how he can have those two things in his head, but they seem to manage this, some sort of dissonance going on here. They want to believe something, and there's a couple of awkward facts that they sort of accept, but they'll say, well, I just won't worry about that. And I don't know if you've seen the Noah's Ark video by... oh God, whoever's that Australian guy from about 5 years ago, and Noah at one point says, I appreciate what I'm saying is completely logical, but I'm just going to go with it. And it's similar to that. So yes, he is a liar, he is a git, he's a deceiver, he does try and distract, he does try and go off on tangents, he will distract like crazy, but he also doesn't understand very much either.
Yeah, okay.
That's a breakdown of Rumpus and the great debater that he is, that got Tony, PhD Tony, referred to Rumpus as the debater. So everybody take note, because this is the top globe debater, Rumpus. The Rumpus, the man that's going to go to, well, the man that's not going to go to Bedford levels and ever do anything. Because he realises, I think he does anyway.
By the way, he's saying quite opposite what you did in debate, because it was you who was trying to hold Blue on one topic. So to address a given argument. And he is saying that, Rumpus is saying that you were obfuscating and segueing and whatever. Quite opposite. This is problem, always problems are with globers, because if they cannot address the point, they immediately go around any other points to make a straw man. So that would be, I think, projection.
Yeah, I had them this morning. We do have a new question. And when you do ask people this question, they literally just don't answer. Anything to not answer. Rumpus is helping Blue out here, because obviously making him feel a bit better.
One of the things, one of the rare displays of mental agility was when Blue was talking about horizontals and verticals being orthogonal at one point. And then he was saying, well, what if I raise the horizontal? Aren't they still perpendicular? That's true, but obviously not the point where you're tangent to the to either the surface of the Earth or the equipotential plane, whichever one you're using.
Equipotential plane. Remember that? That's PhD Tony. Equipotential plane, but it's a plane.
Equipotential plane.
It's a plane.
So if it is a plane, this guy is just falling into fallacy, because your argument was level is equal elevation and horizontal is equal elevation. And if he's saying that this plane, it would be tangent plane, therefore horizontal. They say that this is their horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
So if their horizontal is a plane, so they cannot have curved level. So yes, it means that they have curved level, and horizontal is just tangent. But this is not what Blue said. So this guy is not representing what Blue said in debate.
Blue's asking me, they're still waiting for me to disprove reciprocal zenith angles. Well, like Blue, I offered Wally ages ago. I offered Jeff, is it? The guy that may or may not live in Maine. I offered him to tell him about the stolen concept fallacy. I've obviously told Jesse Kozlowski that he was bullshitting when he said they'd drop. So you don't seem to understand, Blue. But I would give you one thing about these so-called reciprocal zenith angles as just give us one description of where they are used within standard surveying practice. And the other one would be, are they actually standard surveying practice? Step one. And step two, and give us an example of where they would be used, what the job would be for you to do these reciprocal zenith angles. And please don't say measuring Everest. That's a bit old. Like in modern day, Larry and was it Jesse Kozlowski have done these numbers and they've given them to Blue. But for what purpose were they done? What reason? What job was it within the standard surveying practice? And can you point to the bit in the manual that says where this is performed within the surveying book that Rumpus has? Let's say, for instance, a screenshot of this particular method and within the surveying practice, and then that'll be fine. Then I'll debunk the shit out of it. But until then, it's just two old dudes fucking measuring angles and giving them to Blue Marble, telling him to tell everyone because of these numbers here, verticals tilt. A bit ridiculous, but hey, somebody's ended up saying it.
So that, you know, it's that display of sort of, you know, he's thinking about it and he's deliberately trying to sort of misconstrue what's going on.
Actually, this is PhD Tony, the guy that has a triangle formed of 3 180-degree angles. I know, it's fucking amazing. But hey, that's another one of the things that I don't understand, Blue. I don't understand why somebody can think a triangle can be formed of 3 180-degree angles. That's impossible. But PhD Tony here has said that to me. Literally. Along with Rumpus. Rumpus has also said it.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. He does occasionally show some insights when you're saying, aha, he's demonstrated some sort of intelligence there, therefore he's understanding everything else. And I think that's a reasonable thing to say, but in fact, I don't think I think there's the evidence the other way. I'm saying there are lots of things he doesn't understand that he should be able to understand that are not contentious, that demonstrate the opposite. So yeah, you've got evidence on both ways.
Yeah, you are right. I mean, we think back to Blue's recent video where they were discussing, you know, the idea of 8 inches per mile squared in consistent units.
Yes.
Oh dear, that sounds like Rumpus is getting a bit excited there. It's a quadratic function. Okay, that's what we're talking about.
Just the complete inability to go, okay, well, an inch and a mile are different units. They are in the same system, right? But they're different units. So you actually want something that's in the same units. You want a multiplicative factor that is standardized. You know, and they seemed utterly incapable, and you know, making very confident assertions about what is or is not mathematically valid, when they clearly when Bev particularly imagines himself to be mathematically competent. He is grotesquely mathematically illiterate.
Yeah, exactly. That video that Blue did on this, I agree with you, is an absolute wonderful demonstration of an absolute inability to understand anything mathematical at all.
Well done, Blue. You passing on your paralogism seem to have worked wonders, and Rumpus is backing you all the way. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Hope it pays off for you.
So, yeah, I think it's an excellent piece of evidence there on supporting my line of things, yes.
Where was he getting this A, B, whatever it was at the start there he had on the whiteboard thing? Was he trying to make a point with that, or?
He was trying to make a point, but unfortunately, if you look at his argument, which was, I think his A and B were that things of the same elevation are horizontal. Go ahead. Bill.
Oh, so
Yeah,
he
that's what he's
he
trying
he doesn't remember now.
Yeah. Now they're going to like have a go, right? This is their understanding.
So they are discussing a thing that they don't remember.
Yeah.
Because now Rumpus is talking shit about your argument. He cannot.
He said there was no argument, right?
Yes, and faulty premise. But now he is not able to repeat argument. He doesn't know what A was and what B was. He doesn't know now.
Let's hear. Let's hear what their interpretation of it was. Because I mean, this is valuable to me. For me to try and lay out as simple an argument as I possibly could, using the most basic forms of argumentation, modus ponens, and obviously this one, which is just a basic syllogism.
But the way you put it on the board, I think that you cannot simplify it more. It is most simplified thing. So I cannot imagine.
We need to word it. We need to get it in some sort of a visual package and get it into like a 2 or 3 minute argument. I think, just to put it out there as a short thing. I think that's all we can do from this point onwards. Let everybody else judge whether they think it's an argument or whatever. I'll just put it out as an argument and use that as an example. If anybody else can think of any other examples for us to put into argumentation forms, we can do that. That's what we'll start doing, I think. Because it's obvious that whenever we try and simplify things and make them as truth as possible, then that's the way the best. And this is just a feedback. Sorry, go on.
But you explained on the board. You were showing on the board, and you were explaining what A is, what this first premise is, what the middle term is. You explained this.
I don't know. I can't remember. I was literally doing it.
Yeah, you said
by the seat in my pants.
It has to be this B is common term that should be shared between premise and conclusion. You said that.
Good.
Maybe not in exact words as I am saying now, but still because I remember that, so I can repeat that. So you were explaining what's going on with that syllogism, and seemingly they didn't get it. And now they are just making shit up.
Well, let's see what they make of the most simple argument I could do.
To link it to. All he's saying, Terry, is if A is equal to B and B is equal to C, then A is equal to C. Okay, we got it. Understand? But then he's going to take it and try to tie the level and horizontal into it.
Yeah, and then he said from A to B is the same elevation, therefore horizontal, and that's where it fucks up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the premise that you. I mean, I don't know whether Blue. I mean, I don't know where you went to the sort of logical side. I mean, actually, you are. You've done some logical things, haven't you? I think you should have had a little go at his logic.
You've done some logical things, haven't you, Blue? Yes, you have. It's not as difficult as Rumpus is making out, right?
Yes.
Logic is simple.
Blue got it, and now Rumpus is just obfuscating, because yes, A is level, B is equal elevation. B equal elevation in the second premise, and equals horizontal. Simple. This is C. Horizontal is C. So A is level, B equal elevation, C horizontal. Simple.
Yeah.
And Blue seems that he got it, and Rumpus still not.
Well, they've got it, but they can't get it right at the same time. So this is how they obviously do it. Like, carry on. Listen.
And saying, look, hold on, this is not an argument. I mean, Bebby explained to you what an argument is, and you didn't know what this was 6 months ago, even though you claim to be a logician or understanding logic, and you got about Euclid and Aristotle and logic and trivium, etc., etc. You go on and on about this, yet you can't even present a simple three-line argument. And Bebby pointed out to him how his argument was incorrect, and because he, for instance, he thinks that just a conditional statement, A implies B, he thinks that's an argument. No, the minimum is A implies B, A, and then you can say B. But he didn't understand even that level of what an argument was. So you could have tackled him on that. You needed a few more diagrams, I think, just to get hold of the basics, because you were just
like, Rumpus is trying to give advice to Blue. Don't take it, Blue. Literally, don't listen to what Rumpus is saying, because he doesn't know what he's saying.
Yes, and by the way, Rumpus should take lesson even from Bebby, because I can bet that Bebby wouldn't say that what Rumpus said about your argument, because your argument is just correct. It doesn't matter if there are ifs and thens inside this. You can rephrase that. Yes, if level is equal with have equal elevation, and if horizontal is equal elevation, therefore a level equals horizontal. Yes, you can say that in that way, but it doesn't matter. The argument is still valid, and Rumpus is just obfuscating, or maybe he really doesn't understand what syllogism is, and he should maybe go to Bebby to ask about this.
They're misologists. I literally think in order for Rumpus to get it so wrong, he can't go anywhere near it, right? It's literally, it's a death nail to the model. They have to do this. And Rumpus is just pushing paralogisms. And I don't know whether he's aware of he's doing it like a sophist, or whether he's just a parasophist, right? They're just a useful idiot.
Maybe, because he's completely, utterly wrong. Completely wrong about everything in this argument. Completely. So he would be as logically illiterate for me.
Yeah.
From if someone who doesn't know Rumpus and someone has grasp about logic, this guy would say that Rumpus is completely illiterate, logically illiterate. Sorry to say that, but from his statements, he's completely wrong, and maybe he doesn't understand anything. Please, Rumpus, go to Bebby, learn some logic, even modern logic, whatever.
What's the betting somebody agrees with him at the end of his little rant, though? What about if somebody goes, yeah, Rumpus, as if they agree with him, as though it sounds like he's talking sense.
Only sounds, but it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense to you, because therefore you have a logical mind, right? You have logic to sort the reasoning out. If you lose that logic, everything's nonsense. So nonsense becomes logic to somebody who hates logic. Hey, let's call them, let's not call them that, hate logic. Let's call them blue marble scientists.
Yeah,
describing things that were moderately complicated. Well, for any of us, I think we wouldn't have a problem with it. But anybody who doesn't understand some 3D type sort of things and planes and lines, etc., you need a diagram to hammer that. This is what I've found over the years. The only thing they understand is...
Rumpus thinks he can have a diagram for imaginometry within logic. It's amazing. Like, he should learn. He can't draw pictures. That's Euclidean. It just looks ridiculous, Rumpus.
a diagram,
That's
explaining
fucking
something
stupid.
verbally and expecting their brain to engage with it and develop is just
Rumpus
not.
wants to
It's
work in
just a loser.
memes.
You have to show them something on the screen. Look, there we go. Here, this is a plane. This is two horizontal. I mean, you did do it with your parts of your presentation were prepped where you showed 3 different horizontals in your presentation. Good, which was good. And
No, presenting syllogism is simple. That's why syllogism is so simple, because it is self-evident. You don't need to draw anything. So this is just ridiculous.
He's told him to put more pictures on, so he puts this one on. It says these bits are vertical and these bits are horizontal.
Yes,
like one of the horizontals could possibly be vertical, and one of the verticals could possibly be horizontal. But that's about it.
Okay, so Rumpus needs a cartoon, some cartoon.
He needs to meme something in order for him to be able to talk. People need to be able to see a model. This is what happened when the mathematics was changing, whenever they decided to fuck that shit up. They said you have to have a model in order to go with it. You have to have a visual representation of a model. That's what Rumpus has took that. It's a magic trick, people. Rumpus thinks he's a magician, but he does it by showing you pictures, like Blue Marble's doing, like the TV does. They put that picture everywhere, and then you can't get it out of your head. It's a magic trick. But this is what they need to do in order to keep it going. They need to keep this ridiculous shit. These bits are vertical. No, this isn't vertical. Not because you've put a circle there. You can't just draw a circle and say that this is a vertical. Fucking ridiculous. Nearly as ridiculous as somebody thinking they can stand on the side of a ball.
He's literally put these bits are horizontal and, pointing an arrow at a vertical line. Horizontal and vertical is parallel, apparently, to this guy.
Yeah. But one of the horizontals could be vertical. And one of the verticals could be horizontal. It's fucking crazy. It's like this is literally how they do your nutting. And if you think that they're not trying to do it to you, maybe they've literally done it to themselves. Maybe they can have this concept that horizontal could be vertical just because you put a ball there, which is fantastic. I've said it many times. They need a superhero that can flip horizontal and vertical. Maybe just tilt horizontal. Can you imagine that as a superpower? Fucking ridiculous. Who thinks they can do that? Tilt verticals.
Therefore, he doesn't basically understand that the you can have different horizontals because he doesn't understand that verticals are radials, and I think you needed to hammer home that a bit more.
Well, we're talking about.
This is Rumpus telling Blue what he needed to do, like coaching for next time. Go on, back in the ring, Blue. Next time, couple of jabs, show some more pictures, say some more stuff. Because Rumpus can't fucking do it himself. They need Blue to do this. They literally are pushing Blue out to do this stuff for them. Rumpus can't do it on his own. He's got an inability to talk to people. So they're pushing poor Blue into doing this stupid shit.
What if, to some extent? I mean, you can't... the reality is it wouldn't have mattered, how good Blue... I think it was an excellent presentation. I think it was
an excellent presentation.
And it isn't, but it isn't going to convince flat earthers because they're uneducatable.
Again, we're not flat earthers, Tony. We aren't. So I don't know why you're bringing this into the conversation. after this. There's a certain group of people that PhD Tony, self-confessed madman, insanity, he has said that another group of people he's bigoted towards, obviously, are uneducatable.
What does that mean?
I haven't got a clue.
Okay,
No, he
appreciate it,
said
'cause
that
I don't understand
farfers
the-
cannot be educated.
Yeah.
Because,
Yeah, I see the statement, but I don't understand the logic behind the statement.
I don't know. It doesn't literally
It's just
mean
a
anything, does it? It's a vacuous statement.
It's a vacuous statement, exactly.
And just shows his bigotry, really, towards this group of people. I mean, who are this group of people? Well, we're not in it. Other people might want to try and put us in that group, but that would be a bit bigoted of them, wouldn't it? Putting people in groups just so you can say that they're uneducatable. From a PhD. It goes literally, PhD Tony is this man's name. He thinks triangles can have 3 180-degree angles. Because he's fucking mad. Literally. Mad.
And they're simply going to do what Bev did, which is refuse to internalize any of the information presented.
Well,
So
for instance, sorry to go ahead.
Go on.
And that's, you know, the sad reality is they've made up their minds to just not be educated. That's it. Anyway.
They've made up their minds to be not educated. Literally, I don't accept bullshit from mad people. It just doesn't go in. I can't take it in. Literally, it won't go in. It's like it bounces off me.
That we don't listen to what they say. Is that what he said?
I think so. I think he says you don't internalize their words. Yeah.
So we're not taking it in and analyzing.
It pisses them off. Yeah. Yeah, don't
But
believe
that's
their
not
bullshit,
true.
and then they're against you.
I listen to everything they have to say, but you can't hold on to something that doesn't conform to reality.
But standing on the side of a ball, 3 180-degree corners of a triangle. Like you can't take that on. You can't internalize that. If you do, you'll just end up going mad like they are. Don't do
That's
it.
the problem.
Don't even think about it.
That's the problem for them.
Yeah.
Right. That's it exactly. You won't take on their madness, so that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's exactly right, Kevin. That's a great way to put it. We don't accept the madness.
And don't forget, this is PhD Tony talking here.
Actual PhD?
Claimed, yeah. Talks about his flat Earth modeling in a bit as well.
Does it even matter anymore whether it's claimed or not?
Yeah.
Not claimed.
Yeah, literally. I mean, signs of madness. It could be that anybody with that letters may be a little bit insane. Who knows?
For instance, one of my lines of strategy, when I do eventually get around to SE Montreal and a couple of others.
One of his lines of strategy. Get ready for this one. Rumpus's tactics.
On my thing, chatting about their claim that there's an contradiction between having a hump and a drop. I think I've discussed it before, Blue and everything. I'm going to draw a diagram which shows the two things coexisting and saying, look, there you are. They're on screen now. There's a drop and there's what you call the hump, Sagitta. They're coexisting. There's not a contradiction. And I'm hoping something as...
Rumpus is going... Everybody get ready for this. The contradiction disproving diagram of the hump and the drop coexisting at the same
Can't wait.
time. Yeah.
Can't wait.
Amazing shit. Oh, it's amazing how he gets all of his time from doing his planning for his Bedford level thing that he's never going to do. Oh,
you know how long he's been saying this? It's going to show me a diagram. You know how long he's been saying this?
Yeah, about as long as he's been not doing his Bedford level thing that he's never going to do.
Yeah.
Did Rumpus really literally just say that he's going to show you that a contradiction is not a contradiction by
In diagram
showing you
form.
the same contradiction?
In
diagram form.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fucking, it's amazing, isn't it? Some good shit
I
coming
can't
out
wait,
of this.
Rumpus.
You
Let's
see,
do it.
that's what this debate has done. Like, we all should thank Blue Marble Science for doing this. Like, the ripples of this debate are going to go on forever. I mean, who can wait for Rumpus's contradiction disproving diagram of the hump
The
and
ripples
drop?
in the space-time fabric.
Visual
Look,
as
it's not
that
a
will actually make some sort of impact. Because in the past, even with Oakley and things, I have actually caused them to
Rumpus,
change
listen
their
to
arguments
him.
to stop making arguments that they.
Rumpus has caused Oakley to stop making arguments and change his arguments. He's influential, Rumpus.
He thinks so, but
Yeah.
he was just kicked from Nathan Oakley because
He got
he
kicked
acted
ages
badly.
ago. Well, has he come back again?
He was repeating this. Generally, this straight lines being bendy. So, because he was the first, I think he used this trick that you are just zooming in to the circle and this line is seemingly straight. So this was his trick. And yes, that's because he was trying to convince people that this is true, and his refraction model works on that, let's say, trick also. So yes, he was kicked out. But if his new argument would be that kind of argument as previous one, so I don't know. I hope not, but I don't think that he can manage to invent something convincing.
You won't understand it unless you see it in model pictorial form.
Yeah.
Then you will understand it.
Rumpus is the diagram man, right?
Yes.
Everybody knows that. Like, if you want a diagram from anyone, like, Rumpus is the man. I can't wait. Can't wait.
Specializing in ray tracing.
I believe I was able to show to them was incorrect. But of course, they just move on to a different argument. But nonetheless, if you can get hold of a visual thing to demonstrate this is what it is, you can't argue with that, can you? I can see these two things on the same diagram, for instance, in the case of drop. But yeah, I think you needed a couple more visuals. But then I as you know, I'm always keen on saying that. So.
Rumpus, Blue Marble's got a thing up on the screen. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon and level is horizontal. He's yet to provide proof. They don't think they've ever seen a horizontal being parallel to the plane of the horizon. They can't find it for themselves. It's one of those things. The proof is a personal thing for anyone. And it's out there for anybody to get. That's all they've got to do is go and get it for themselves. Go and check it. Then you'll have your proof. You'll be able to say, well, yeah, I went to go and check, and yeah, every horizontal was parallel to the plane of the horizon. It was. I saw it for myself. Or you might say, no, there was a tilt. Take a picture of it, send it to us, let us know where you've seen it. We call that a black swan. If you can find a horizontal somewhere that isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon, you will have found a black swan that the Blue Marble Science team are looking for. They're saying every one of them can't be parallel. So help them out.
But, people can see, for example, a level tilting from horizontal throughout a level. So I don't know.
Well, they'll let us know. Anybody, if you see it in a picture anywhere, let us know. We're looking for it.
it's hard to wrestle with a live stream.
Yes.
And
Yes.
do all of that stuff at the same time.
I agree with you totally. I find I cannot argue, I cannot draw, and I cannot think at those three things all the same. And if then I had to do the
So Rumpus can't argue, he can't draw, and he can't think at the same time.
Not good. Not good.
Apparently so, yeah.
He should employ Baby to think for him, and he should employ maybe gadget inspector. Will be helpful to draw something for him because he's
We were
not
both
able.
thinking the same thing, Paper.
No. Right, what you want Rumpus doing is thinking, right? And like he says, he can't do anything else, so that'd be good, right? That he'd be quiet, just thinking over there. The moment he opens his mouth, he can't think. So we'd have to like write it all down when he's thinking, but he can't do that as well. He can't draw and think at the same time. So he wouldn't be able to write it down, and he wouldn't be able to vocalize it because he can't do it at the same time. So that's obvious now. It's obvious Rumpus's problem.
So the stuff that falls out of his mouth is a recorded playback, or what?
Well, there's no thought going into the words that come out of his mouth because he can't do the same thing at the same time. It's just gibberish, obviously.
Gibberish.
Yeah. It all makes sense.
managing the channel as well, and also do things like, I mean, I think you were reading the comments as well. So yes, it would have involved doing about 5 things at the same time, which is indeed demanding.
Demanding.
I kept sending you that diagram.
It's demanding, isn't it? Like, you know, doing a live stream. And it's not really. It's fucking piece of piss, this. But Blue isn't used to it, I don't think. He's not as practiced as we get. But hey, long may you get better at it. The more you do it, Blue, the better you'll get at it. Don't worry about it. I think he's after a team.
You sent it over in Discord, didn't you?
Yep.
Yeah, and I couldn't see it because I'm in Discord on his Discord.
Welcome back, Bob.
Yeah, I sent it to your email.
I cottoned on early on to start posting images into the side chat so Blue could tag him and put him on show him on his live stream.
Yeah,
your presentation that you did, is that on your channel?
No, I'll put it up on the channel though.
All right.
When you won the debate with the presentation alone, when he didn't address it, I mean that was it.
Yeah. I do have two corrections for you.
What's that?
When he asked how long is a horizontal line, by definition, all lines are infinitely long.
Yes, right.
Yeah, I didn't know what. Yes, I didn't understand your.
A horizontal. They're about to criticize Blue now. This is great. I hope you listen to this, Blue. These are your mistakes that you made. Even mistakes with these guys. Oh, listen to this.
Reluctance to say that, Blue.
Is that like how long's a piece of string? Is that the same thing you mean?
How big is a cloud? I mean,
yeah,
it's a silly question. I was trying to get him to tell me what he wanted, the information.
Yeah.
What he meant was the interval between 2 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Was it?
But the horizontal is defined only at a particular point. It can't be extended laterally any distance and still remain a horizontal.
See, how contradictory is that? He says he's got a problem with Blue and that a horizontal is indefinite, but now he's saying it can't be extended beyond a point. Do you want to hear that again?
Yes.
2618. 96. Oh, 25.
What's that?
When he asked how long is a horizontal line, by definition, all lines are infinitely long.
Yes.
All lines
Yeah,
are
I didn't know
infinite.
what. Yes, I didn't understand your reluctance to say that, Blue.
Is that like
Rumpus didn't understand his reluctance either. Yeah, Blue. What are you talking about?
How long's a piece of string?
Yeah.
That's the same thing you mean.
How big is a cloud? I mean,
Yeah,
it's a silly question. I was trying to get him to tell me what he wanted, the information.
Yeah.
What he meant was the interval between 2 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But the horizontal is defined only at a particular point. It can't be extended laterally any distance and still remain a horizontal.
What the fuck's that mean? That's a blatant contradiction.
Very much so.
Yes, and by the way, what distance you can extend horizontal for being horizontal?
Yeah.
Only 1 point, so there is no horizontal.
Yeah. Yeah, and he said he should have pulled him up because the line's infinite. But then he tells him it's not. I got told this morning that the horizontal was infinitely small. That's clever, isn't it? They get infinite in there and small at the same time.
What a contradiction! Like right away, unbelievable.
But that's blue marble scientists. That's how they work. But they work on contradictions. Their science is powered by contradictions.
And even Rumpus tells him, "Why are you so reluctant? Why were you so reluctant to say?" And then they tell him that it's
done a switcheroo, right? What's Rumpus going to do now? Because Tony's done the switcheroo. Well, and Rumpus is going, "Hey, whoa, wait! Thought you told me reluctance to say it was a point." What? Let's there we go.
And the central element there is the points do not have length.
Right.
They're points. They're so there's no distance that it can go. And this is if he's such a great master of geometry, he should understand points don't have length.
I'm not sure I agree with you there, PhD Tony, because you can say this is.
Rumpus is now disagreeing with him about the point line horizontal that does exist infinitely, but isn't actually anything, so it doesn't exist as a point. It's crazy.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, Rob. My God, man.
Point having length. Strange.
Yeah.
But Rumpus is about to disagree.
Not existing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rumpus is about to disagree.
A non-existing. There it is. A non-existing point with length.
Yeah, infinite.
Infinite length. Yeah.
A line point. A point line.
This is a horizontal to this point, but things on that line you can say are horizontal to that point.
So you can have a line that's horizontal to the point.
My God, man.
This is where you have to go. This the only place you can go really is madness, and this is stage. I don't know, for Rumpus. If you're listening to this and thinking, I don't know what's going on here, you're along with us. This is literally madness, I think.
Yes, because if you have vertical line or any line, you just can pick up 1 point on that line and say that this is horizontal. This is your whatever. You can choose whatever you want. Just any point on vertical, on just some line, and you can say that this is horizontal line.
Well,
for them,
the basic formulation of this perpendicular within geometry, compass and rule, but mainly just compass, right? Requires that you have 2 points, not just one, and they're not on the line. You use points on the line in order to form your other line points, but they are away from the line. They're 2 points that establish the line. It's not a point, it's a line.
Yes, I know, but
And I'm just saying these guys are geometrically illiterate. Again.
I would say they are worse because they are more stupid than illiterate, because if someone is illiterate but he can think logically, you will teach him that these lines has to be straight lines and in that position, that they cannot be on the same line, because this is nonsense. But they are trying to put upside down logical process. I don't know, because this is madness.
Yeah, literal insanity expressed outwardly as some sort of an art. I think they've developed this into an art form. Ignorance.
Yes, but they're not. But they're not locally horizontal in that sense.
Correct. That's the difference. That's why you need to make that difference. They are horizontal. So you've got all these horizontal planes, and all the points on those planes are horizontal to themselves and to the point, but they're not. They're not their own personal vertical. Their only local vertical will not obviously be perpendicular to that. But they are.
You don't understand, he'll say, like after that, saying that stream of incoherent nonsense.
Did you hear
literally
that? Personal vertical.
I dare you to repeat what Rumpus just said.
Do you want me to?
No. These are the lengths that they have to go. These are the lengths that they have to go to justify the spinning ball paradigm.
No, we're just talking about level, horizontal, really. Horizontals and verticals. That's what the state that these guys have got into. And it's not because of any sort of paradigm. It's literally because they've developed this as an art form. They've developed not logic and making shit up within their little group. And it's allowed because the framework they're building it around is acceptable to this little group of people. And they feel big enough and bold enough to be able to go round and puff their chests out and say, ho, 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 what, you guys don't believe what we believe? Imagine that all of them believe the same thing. But listen to this. I'm going to have to go over this again. Listen to this. This is literal misologists as an art form to pass on paralogisms.
The horizontal is defined only at a particular point. It can't be extended laterally any distance and still remain a horizontal. And the central element there is that points do not have length.
Right.
They're points. They're so there's no distance that it can go. And this is if he's such a great master of geometry, he should understand points don't have length.
I'm not sure I agree with you there, PhD Tony, because you can say this is a horizontal to this point, but things on that line you can say are horizontal to that point.
Yes, but they're not locally horizontal in that sense.
Correct. That's the difference. That's why you need to make that difference. They are horizontal. So you've got all these horizontal planes, and all the points on those planes are horizontal to themselves and to the point, but they're not their own personal vertical. Their only local vertical will not obviously be perpendicular to that, but they are on a horizontal plane.
I would prefer to use different notation. So and this is one of the things that Bev is relying on is
right. Before Tony poisons the well a bit, that's beautiful. Well done, Rumpus. Please remember, this man or these men are talking about vertical and horizontal, two straight lines that everybody knows are perpendicular to each other. Now, people don't get confused about it. It's not hard. Perpendicular just means at right angles. That's it. It's simple. Everybody knows that. You remember an XY axis from school? Graph paper. Like that. Except Well, I'll let these guys explain it, obviously.
The fact that
I don't
language,
understand.
everyday language, is not set up for mathematical precision.
I'd agree with
You can, you can have the set of points that lie in that horizontal plane. Okay, they all lie in that horizontal plane. And if you want to call that horizontal to that point, that's fine. But they do not all lie in the horizontal plane at that defined at the point. So,
Tony here is saying that common language, the words that we use, aren't really set up for mathematical means. Yet, I'm not sure he's aware of geometry. The elements comes with definitions, very well defined terms of lines, things like triangles and circles, spheres, cubes, all of that sort of stuff that is completely 100% defined within that one book of geometry. That's mathematics. So I don't know what Tony's talking about here. I mean, he's PhD and all of that, but surely he should know that the common words that we use are plane and horizontal and vertical. They're common terms. That's fine. Everybody can understand what it means. I'm struggling to understand why he thinks they're not good enough. There should be some extra words within mathematics. But obviously, blue marble science needs a few more terms, the contradictory definitions and stuff, maybe.
I don't understand how he is now talking about a horizontal plane when he's just explicitly stated that horizontal is only a point. And also explicitly stated that there is no length to a point. Yet a plane is just as lines are, can be extrapolated infinitely.
I was hoping somebody would spot that. Contradictories, the contradictory ways of blue marble science.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oblivious. You could call it hypocritical, but I don't think they notice it. Literally.
I don't think they know.
I think once you accept that diletheism, little axiom, you're unaware of your own contradictions. Even just sentences after you've just been talking about stuff seem to completely forget about it. Within a different argument now, though, because he's trying to, he's trying to say the words aren't good enough within mathematics.
There's a distinction between the two sets.
Indeed, and this is the thing. I'm doing this presentation I was going to do for this thing I was doing with this, and I've gone into this in some detail where I try and make that very clear that if you just don't get upset about the fact that for instance, the moon can be horizontal to my line of sight.
Listen to that. I'd like to see that. Anybody wants to have a go at that? The moon being horizontal to your line of sight. Challenge anyone. Try it. Rumpus says he can do it. He says he can.
It's a nonsensical statement, I would say. Horizontal is an attribute that you give a line or a plane. It makes no sense saying that a light in the sky is horizontal.
Okay, but this moon has angular size. To which point? He's talking about...
No, it's horizontal to his line of sight. His line of sight, if he orientates it horizontal, he says he can get the moon in that.
Horizontal?
Yeah.
Horizontal moon, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you just need to say, okay, I'm just going to accept that there's a plane that's coming out that's my horizontal and all points on that horizontal. And of course, what's more, a point on that horizontal plane can be intersected by an infinite number of horizontals. It can be horizontal with an infinite number of other points that exist around the world, inside the world, outside the world. So there's all these intersections of all these horizontal planes. And
There's an intersection of horizontal planes. Like what's going on? Like I'm picturing him like in some sort of a Star Wars battle scene with little fucking lasers firing everywhere. That's what it sounds like. What? How do you have a horizontal intersecting at a point? It's
Other
crazy.
horizontals.
Infinite number of other horizontals intersecting at every point with other horizontals. What's he talking about?
But he's creating bendizontal, because if they can intersect at every point, it means if you draw a line along these intersections, you will have bendizontal. This is simple.
I'm not so sure that's what it means. Like when Blue earlier said that it's a point that goes everywhere. Everywhere means everywhere, doesn't it? In every single direction, everywhere, right? So it's not just a circle. It's everywhere.
Yeah, infinite planes intersecting. Infinite. Yeah, Eric says. I mean, like, how can you have infinite? Like, it literally, that's everywhere, isn't it? From every fucking angle. Like, I don't know what he's talking about. Horizontal planes are parallel. Everybody knows that. Imagine if you have an order where horizontal and vertical are perpendicular and you have it's all set out nice, right? That's what's going on in your head. If you can keep that tidy, that's a nice logical understanding. Squares and stuff like that. But Rumpus has got infinite points intersecting infinitely with other points. It's a mess.
Yeah, it would be useless to even entertain it because it's like you said earlier, you'll end up going mad if you try and entertain this.
Probably already gone mad. I would hesitate to say that Rumpus's understanding of horizontals seems he doesn't seem to be able to express it. Points infinitely intersecting. He's going to do a video about it. I think it's Rumpus and his 200 globe points. Like Flat Earth Data, he might be able to get together with Flat Earth Data in his book.
So a single point is actually part of an infinite number of horizontal planes.
Yeah. Like what? One single point is part of an infinite number of horizontal planes. I mean, like, how far removed do you want to get from Euclid's axioms? Because that's literally Rumpus's rewriting madness there. He's rewriting the exploded mind into geometry. I mean, I might even have to get that into Imaginometry, get those words wrote out.
But implication of that is that this point is intersecting not only another horizontals, but also verticals. Infinite numbers of verticals also. So it doesn't matter how he can name that, because these horizontals can be verticals also. So at any point he can intersect another horizontals and another verticals.
Infinitely.
So, infinitely, yes.
Yeah. Imagine that, it's going on in your mind.
Suddenly the word horizontal and vertical has no meaning anymore.
Anywhere, infinitely, at every point.
Exactly the point, Saragaki. They can't have meaning, because as soon as they have meaning, you go back to Bev's idea of, this tidy relationship between vertical and horizontal being perpendicular with right angles. Can't have it.
Can't be so.
Hey, Rumpus is dictating
everywhere.
it. Yeah. You've got to take the word of Rumpus. Rumpus has laid it out now. You've either got to have this, what Rumpus is talking about, or what we talk about, and dire consequences of listening to logic. Hey, so Rumpus.
It reminds me this song, Old MacDonald Had a Farm. So horizontals everywhere on that farm. And verticals everywhere.
Here horizontal, there horizontal, everywhere horizontal.
Shameful though, but Rumpus is the leader, right? He's standing at the pulpit. He's letting everybody know. I mean, that's one of the benefits of this debate with Blue Marble. Say the ripples will keep going forever. But because of this, now Rumpus has got a platform on the back of Blue. There was a lot of people watching this. Blue's got some good numbers for quite a while. You know, like he's not had these sort of numbers for a bit. So he's doing well out of this video. And now Rumpus is there, standing on the pulpit, letting everybody know what they have to do. They can't go with what we do because we're obviously liars and, you know, we're useless. So Rumpus is telling everybody what you need to do in order to be part of the Blue Marble Science team. The Blue Marble Scientist. Horizontals everywhere. At every point, intersecting horizontal planes that don't exist, intersecting infinitely.
This is the ring that these people have to kiss now.
Rumpus. He's going to do a test eventually, sometimes. He's going to be a hero. I mean, the Blue Marble Science hero is getting the cape. And we're going for it. Big time. Overdrive.
You understand you're arguing geometry with somebody who can't understand an elevation profile.
See, that's Bob the liar guy. And he thinks that they're arguing geometry. He thinks there's ever such a thing as being able to argue geometry. Bob the science guy. Or maybe just research flat moon. I don't know whether he's allowed to have the title of the science guy.
By the way, Bob the science guy is very scientific because when he once drew a circle and radius and radii, he couldn't point out this radii he's drawing. Very scientific guy.
Yeah. Well, he did say that triangles have 180 degrees, no more, no less. You know. So, I mean, he I don't know which argument he would construct within geometry in order to argue geometry. It's a good idea, that, though. I like the idea. If you do want, if you're out there listening, Bob, shout out, Bob. I hope you come back and come over and have a go at arguing geometry with us. Should be fun, seeing as we don't know anything. You should be able to win that one easy.
Yeah,
that's slightly different. Yeah, you've got to be careful of that because
that proves flat Earth, those elevation profiles. Didn't I actually do that one time off getting it off Google Earth? I said, "Here, this proves flat Earth."
Yeah,
I plotted my bank balance on a graph like that. Apparently my earnings are level.
One way of tackling, when they do say that, I've just thought that the best way of tackling when they start talking about these elevation profiles having horizontal, because that's just on a piece of paper, as Blue correctly said. I was thinking the one way to say, let's suppose, I've used this argument before. Imagine that you wanted to know, you were a billiard ball producer, and you wanted to know how it varies. The radius of the thing varies over the surface of your billiard to see how your quality control. You'd want to present that.
Does anybody know any quality control on the billiard ball manufacturers and how they actually do it?
I am very fervent to know that guy.
Yeah. Do you reckon? How do you reckon they'd tell it if it was round?
With a straight line? No. I think not.
What do you think you do? I'd roll them on a gradient or something, like loads of times to make sure that they followed a similar path. Because any deviance would say that there was something wrong with the ball, whether it be a weight imbalance or surface imbalance. That would be my idea anyway, practical. But then again, I'm a practical guy.
As a horizontal graph, which represents the arc along an arc and a circle around your billiard ball, and then you'd want to show that because you wouldn't want to show it actually as a cross section because you couldn't then see very easily. I suppose you could draw another circle, but it'd be much easier if it's drawn horizontally, the rippling or something, the irregularities of your billiard ball, and then you could see with one straight line. Oh yeah, that bit over there is consistently where we're making billiard balls. That bit over there is always sticking out more. It has a greater elevation than it should do. So I think that's probably one way of tackling it.
Yeah, that's.
I'd tell you what's going on there. It may sound a little bit tricky, but they've sold Blue Marble Science a circle is straight picture. That's what Rumpus is alluding to there. You'd want to make a graph, he would, apparently, to see if his balls are round. He'd draw a straight graph.
Hold the horizontal circle and pish pash posh.
Yeah, straight line. Oh, that's straight. That means the ball is round. Perfectly. The straighter the line, the rounder the ball. Madness. Absolute madness.
That's an excellent point. This is
an excellent point. Yeah.
There are multiple ways of visualizing any sets of data, right? There are multiple ways to plot it up. You can use bar graphs, you can use pie graphs, you can use tilted pie graphs. There are an arbitrary number of ways to represent data sets. And the one that we choose is the one that's most convenient. Just like the coordinate system that we choose for any particular mathematical task is the one where the mathematics is most convenient. I often hear flat earthers going about, you're using Cartesian coordinates, therefore it must be flat. No, we're using Cartesian coordinates because that's the most convenient coordinate system in which to calculate distances and velocities.
It's convenient to use the XY perpendicular graph system. Like the horizontal vertical type thing. You know, everybody understands that. It's just convenient, as we said, perpendicular.
That's why we use Cartesian coordinates.
That's why we use it. Yeah.
Completely. Exactly. That's what human beings do. We look for the easy way out.
We like flat maps because they can fit in a pocket.
There you go.
Well, my PhD thesis was on a flat Earth model for calculating deformation under a surface load.
So PhD Tony used a flat Earth model. Anybody wants to know what a flat Earth model looks like? PhD Tony's your man. He's actually done it. He modelled it. With his PhD thesis. Making models.
Because the mathematics isn't that convenient, but it certainly it offers sort of some way to simplify the problem. We use the most mathematically convenient formulations to save ourselves a lot of effort.
So
Tony used the flat Earth model for his thesis. No big deal.
Just quickly on your PhD. So when you say deformation, so in other words, if I were to plonk a big lump of rock or something on the surface of the Earth, how much it would deform? Is that's what?
That's exactly right.
Go in the next fucking lane, you idiot.
That's not from us. That's on Blue Marbles. Don't worry about it.
I think somebody. Yeah, I think that was the traffic thing.
I just put a diagram in the chat of what an engineer's profile is. As well, it could be either way. That one shows the arc and shows the word level multiple times as being a concentric circle. Okay, so that is an optional drawing. Sure.
Ooh, let me go post that over in Bev's.
Yeah, you need to.
Yeah, I'm stealing that.
Yeah, so
yeah, I want to steal that one too.
He did. He posted it in the chat. He's he's literally doing that. Like, so he's sending it over here.
Like that's going to help them.
In his video, yeah. Look, Larry's give us a picture. I'll go and post it in there. Listen to him. I mean, this is what he does. I mean, he's banned us, so we can't go over in his chat posting any of this sort of shit in his chat. But I think this is Blue Marble Science trolling.
As part of my presentation, actually.
Yeah, when I came across that one, I said, look, this is what an engineer does when he's measuring the monitoring of a dam for public safety and trying to present it to the public at large, not just another room of engineers.
I mean, the ridiculous thing. Sorry to interrupt. The ridiculous thing is, of course, that if Bev or Rakia were to open up a piece of literature on engineering and surveying, they would see that level is not equal to horizontal. I mean, it's just simple as that, and just outrageous, really. We have to do this anyway. Karen.
Well, it is astonishing, and I mean, they seem to be under the misapprehension that they are, geniuses possessed of unique insights. Like my
did he? That's not how I come across, is it?
Unique insight.
I know, but it seems like PhD Tony thinks that. But I mean, that honestly isn't what people think of us. I mean, I don't actually think that I'm coming across like that. I hope not, anyway, because I am just a carer. I just do this in me part-time. Well, part-time. Just do it for night time. I enjoy it. But it's not a profession. I don't know what they're thinking about. I don't think of anything, really. This is basic knowledge. Surely it's not fantastical to think that, or to know that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, and that anything in the horizontal position is level.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna get at. Like, how is this unique insight? Like, this is so basic. Perpendicular relationship of horizontal and vertical. Everybody knows that. Literally everybody knows this.
It's like common knowledge or common sense. To these guys is some sort of superpower. Understanding logic, the basic logic is something fantastical to them. It's like some outer worldly power that you have. Or you must some aura that you've sort of, listen to him and his confidence and his... It's ridiculous, right? It's so simple that these guys seem to be jealous of it. I mean, hey, if people want to think that it's something great, I mean, come in for a chat. We'll see if we can pass a little bit of it on to you. Who knows what you might gain.
I didn't know that I have special power.
I know, it makes you feel good, doesn't it?
2 plus 2 equals 4, and I have special power.
Yeah. If A equals B and B equals C, then guess what? A equals C.
You are going too far. This is no. Not yet.
Yeah. It's like some supreme being being able to understand logic, which I can understand, right? To mythologists, some of them must get jealous. I think that's an outward sign of that. It is PhD, Tony.
Sheep.
Yeah, my PhD supervisor, his undergraduate training was in surveying before moving into geodesy.
Wow.
And the same with my current boss. He started out in surveying and then moved into satellite geodesy. They know what they're doing as far as the accurate accurately determining what level is and what level means.
Jolly good.
And they're
Did he basically just say, "I know a guy"?
Yeah, he's got his
Is that what he's saying? I know a guy.
His boss used to do surveying, and they know how they determine what level is. Brilliant. Let's have a conversation.
I bet they do.
Yeah. I'll have be in that conversation. Send them over here. If anybody's listening, we're open up for conversations. I would really want to know what level is. It's like I can't believe how lucky I am. A guy that's just managing to do this, but I'm studying level. So it is what I do. So, go on.
Like he just said that knowing that is some sort of unique insight or whatever, but now he's saying like it's trivial. Like he has this boss.
Has
you know
the insight.
Yeah,
he has the
incredible.
super insight, and we don't know what it is. Like he knows better than anybody. So I'm loving it. Loving it.
Extremes.
Oh, and I'm sorry,
Larry.
Sorry.
So, come on.
No. I was just going to continue with some filler and then fade out. So please overtalk me. You're doing me a favor.
Yeah, and it's not Flurps against Blue or Larry's a fake surveyor.
Larry.
It's the Flurps against Ordnance Survey, Academy of Sciences, Paris, France, the existence of the South Pole, every geodetic survey department of all 172 countries of the world.
What?
Yeah, I mean, I think they get some. There's 5. I've got 5 reasons.
He's got a bit of a big team there, hasn't he? And like all we are saying is that all horizontals are parallel, vertical, horizontal are perpendicular, and I've maintained level is horizontal. Apparently, Larry is assembling a team from all nations to counter us. Oh, this is going to be good fun. This is going to be a good year. Whoever was saying
United
that.
Nations Assembly.
Yeah. Against level of being horizontal, I think. Maybe against Bev. Or maybe against the whole On the Level Discord group. I'm willing to take it on, guys.
Battle of Shadow Giants.
Yeah, I'm a carer. I'll try my best. We might have to get some staff. Fend off the United Nations and Larry's team.
As I've forgotten most now about why people are flatties, and part of one of those is that because they don't understand the real world. They don't get on very well with society in their job or whatever. They don't understand much of what's going on. So they then, as part of an ego building exercise, they then say
this won't be projection. Don't worry. Rumpus has been studying psychology and all of that, all about this group of people he's bigoted towards. So, like, take it as a note that Rumpus, this will be a scientific paper coming out about this from Rumpus.
It's never projection, Bev.
I know.
Never
I know.
projection.
How could it be? Rumpus, he's been researching. Yeah, he's been researching flat earthers. He's put himself balls deep in the flat earth community, and it's not affected him in any way at all. He's come out stronger at the end of it. Listen to him.
Say, well, those people must be all confused. They're sheep following some lie, and I have got access to the real information. It's really flat, or this, and they've managed to. It gives them an ego boost, I think, to believe that we're all following with sheep, not thinking, and that they've thought about it a bit more and get insight, and then saying, "Aha, that makes me feel better." I think that's one of the motives, as well as all the religious crap and all the getting some money, etc., etc. But that's one of the reasons is they want to be different.
Yeah, they're in a feedback loop. No,
Right, so again, Larry. Larry's the guy that taught my lad that triangles have more than 180 degrees. So Rumpus and Larry are now doing their psychological thing, and you can tell that Rumpus is he's a well-trained psychologist. He's very eloquent with his words. I'm sure you could make out what his diagnosis was there completely, and now Larry's going to help.
The crazier things they say, or the more adamant they are about stupid shit, they get likes and subs. They're not going to come around. Look at Ranty. He was about as flat earth fucked up as you get until the subs dropped off, and then he wasn't.
Yeah,
it's all about the subs on YouTube. If you're not interested within the flat earth community, that these guys obviously are. Like, we don't give a shit. But hey, I'm at 3,000 subs. Not that it matters, but yeah, thanks a lot, guys. If there's any new subs listening, thanks. I don't worry about it. I'm not really that fussed about subs like these guys are saying. He said like Ranty disappeared because of subs. It's like they keep a sharp eye on the flat earth community, not to say that they're obsessed with flat earthers, because well, they obviously are. They never stop talking about it. They even imagine that a debate about level and horizontal and whole horizontals being parallel has got something to do with it, because they can't stop talking about flat earthers.
Feedback loop too. That's the problem.
I think
You know,
flat
the
earth
dumbest thing
society
they've come
is.
up with though lately is this horseshit about elevation profiles.
Oh, okay. Elevation profiles. Everybody's seen an elevation profile. Just get it in your mind. You know what it looks like. It's a straight line, isn't it? Straight line at the bottom, all horizontals, and then you have a vertical measured elevation height, and that runs from one side of the elevation to the other. Everybody knows what an elevation profile is. Welcome to one of the ripples of this debate.
My God, how stupid can you fucking be?
Well, QE did it a year ago. He's the one who started off by saying that Google Earth is a flat Earth model, and he demonstrated this by showing an elevation profile.
Why would you show an elevation profile any other way?
Indeed, but they didn't do it. They just looked. They're like that. They said, "Look, the bottom of it's horizontal. This elevation profile. Look, the bottom is horizontal. Therefore, Google Earth is flat."
Yeah, this gets back to the same misconception that comes behind their thinking that the intervening arc of a sagittar is a hump. No, all points along that,
Blue's talking about elevation
along,
profiles.
you know, that
idea. Elevation.
Yeah, they're I'm trying to get it. I was trying to phrase it technically correct, but let's just.
I don't think Rumpus and PhD Tony trust Blue in what Blue's about to say. So they're trying to obfuscate for him, trying to get in the way.
Well, yeah, they cut him. I was gonna say they seemed to cut him off as soon as Blue said, "Why would you show it any other way?"
Yeah.
Well, indeed, why would you show it any other way?
Talking about circles and arcs.
Mm-hmm.
So, all points on the surface of a sphere are at an equal elevation in terms of distance from the center of the sphere.
Indeed, one of the things I'm going to do with SE Montreal is I'm going to draw that and say, what's the elevation of this point here? What's the elevation of this point on our model? No, you don't have to believe it, but I'm just saying from our model, what's the elevation of these points that I'm drawing? And I'm going to try and get him to think, just struggle to get that neuron activated to say, oh, the distance from the center of the Earth is this, therefore that's the elevation of it. And once I think that get over that hill, then I think you've got a fighting chance.
The radius he's talking about there.
Yeah, how'd you get that? Hang on. How did he get that center of the Earth idea?
He's talking about a circle.
Yeah, just circle.
He's just talking about a circle.
On the paper. Yes. So
he said center of the Earth.
No, he's saying circle, and then he wants you to imagine.
Mm-hmm.
That's his model. You just have to be able to imagine it. You just like.
Yeah, it is model Affliction Monday.
Yeah. Just
that's
get
what
the neurons firing.
He's showing association, like a magic trick. He needs people to look at circle, imagine globe. Look at circle.
There you go.
Look at the circle. See the circle? Imagine globe. It's a circle.
SE's up for that.
Yeah.
He says he's going to show SE that.
I know he keeps saying that.
If I could just get SE to imagine the globe, then
that's how he sells it to everybody. Like he's going to talk to SE about this. He's not just going to do it for everyone. No, he's going to do it to SE.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah. We've been saying it's going to be marvelous when he does it. It's a shame that he's not doing it.
You don't have to believe in their model, though, SE. He just wants you to know that. You don't have to believe it. You just have to say the words and imagine the globe, and you're all set. You're
go radius. Yeah.
I'll tell you the elevation, whatever you want. Let's do it, Rumpus. Come on.
Making some progress, but unfortunately, Bev has not progressed
Bev,
to that point.
me.
So poor Blue there was struggling with getting more complicated concepts over to him while he hadn't even gotten to step 1 of the ladder.
Well, I think, I actually joined late. I saw Blue's presentation. Like I say, I was blown away by just how good it was. And instantly, Bev just dove into the weeds. Right, he just, it was, and whenever Blue tried to bring it back to, but here are the observations, he constantly dived into the weeds with definitions of horizontal and vertical, and their orthogonality and whatever. Because and he just made a point of staying away from observational reality. Because if he went over there, Blue was going to crush him. So and it's hard to have a constructive conversation with somebody who is willfully doing that, who's willfully just going to go into obscure semantic discussions rather than look at the observations and engage with them in reality.
Yeah, his punchline was at the end there that he admitted that the key punchline was he's saying that Blue does not accept that if you have a horizontal line, that the 2 perpendiculars at either end of that line are vertical, and that was his basic saying. Therefore, Blue's not making any sense, and that was the thing that needed to be tackled early on. I think that they were diverging. I mean, you did do that, but I think
well,
it needed hammering home.
It wouldn't have mattered. He would have gone. He's one of the tricks.
We were talking about a horizontal with perpendiculars at each end of it. Rumpus just said they would be diverging. Perpendiculars, diverging. He's getting there mentally, conceptually, at least. I hope everybody else can see it. I really do.
Perpendicular and divergent.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Same time.
Tricks that they have, and this is true of science denialists everywhere.
Science denialists.
If you have,
he means blue marble science denialists, obviously, because Rumpus is talking about perpendicular divergent lines to a horizontal. That's blue
what
marble
I thought
science. Yeah, that's blue marble science that I'm definitely denying because it's a load of horse shit.
Divergent perpendiculars. Everybody heard that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
hammer them on the one topic, they've got a list of topics. It's the old whack-a-mole theory. You're following them along, whacking down the arguments, and then at the end they reappear through the first hole. And it doesn't matter how thoroughly you whack them, you whack each hole, they'll scurry over to another one and then another one and then back to the first one as though nothing ever happened.
Absolutely correct. That's exactly what Oakley did when I refuted his objections to refraction many years ago. Then he just simply moved.
Never a projection to be heard.
Or celestial navigation. And then when we finally get them to accept the celestial for navigation, which Toon is doing quite a good job on, there'll be another subject that they move on. So I completely agree with you. And it's a matter whether or not you regard it's useful. I mean, I think it is useful to bang away and hammer these things home. But then, yes, as you say, but they become more and more obscure. I mean, the fact that Bev doesn't understand, I knew it. He did not understand how a bloody auto level works, and the fact there's
doesn't understand how an auto level works. Yeah, right, Rumpus. Of course.
plumb bob effectively inside it, and he doesn't understand that horizontal is derived from vertical. So this is one of the fundamental problems he's got, and therefore he thinks horizontal, somehow all these verticals are coming off horizontal, and that's why I think he goes on about this argument of a horizontal plane and the verticals coming out of it, because he doesn't understand the gravity element of vertical, and that creates a horizontal.
We have a different approach to constructiveness here, the Rumpus. So if you look at say Blue's discussion with SE Montreal about escape velocity and Artemis.
There we go.
Yeah, I heard that. Saw that. Yeah.
I actually learnt stuff listening to that presentation.
Holy shit!
I'm not actually. I hadn't actually studied the physics of it, but as Blue was describing it, I could go, I could say, okay, I see what's happening here. That's really interesting.
PhD Tony is learning from Blue Marble Science, Essie, because of your discussion that you bring up, right? It seems to be having the opposite effect, right?
I'm glad I can contribute to the discussion.
Yeah, but you've got mad people listening to contradictions.
Maybe that's not good, huh?
No.
Yeah.
Blue Marble Science, right? He's going to call you a denier, that you are denying the contradictions that he's holding, that he's been taught by Blue Marble Science. And Blue Marble Science has only said those contradictions because you posed a question pointing out a contradiction. It's shocking, isn't it? Like, how this is how Blue Marble Science works. I mean, sorry, not Blue Marble Science, the person, the Blue Marble scientific community. This is how it works.
Is that the ripple effect you were talking about before?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's never going to end. They're gonna be obsessed with you and your escape velocity thing. They can't get it out of their heads. It's a pity as well, though, because it's all geometric. The whole thing is based upon Euclidean geometry.
Circles.
Yeah, straight lines, vectors. All of that
Vectors,
stuff.
circles, orbits, yeah.
Well, orbits, circles.
Well, that's the term they use, yeah.
Interesting. And I think that that's actually the point of these discussions, is not so much to convince the Flurf. As I said, I don't think that they are convincible. But the reason I value Blue as a content creator is
I think that out of these discussions this is where we all learn. Everybody learns. I can learn from even what PhD Tony's saying.
Yeah, we can finally agree on something there. Yeah.
We all learn, not just one group of people. We all learn.
is that he educates me.
Absolutely, I could totally agree with you. In fact, that's the only reason I've stuck with this. Is in fact, it's developed me intellectually quite substantially by having to provide arguments about and understanding Coriolis and the things like escape velocities and the oblateness of the Earth and what defines an ellipse and the mathematics involved in that, the Haversine formula.
See, this arena has developed the arguments within Rumpus. That's where he's learned about these arguments within this arena. These are the arguments that everybody learns. And Rumpus has developed them. He's telling you.
Refraction has been a huge subject for me.
Listen
and all
to
these
all
things
of
in
them.
trying to explain it to them and other people, it's actually been a huge intellectual development for me. So I totally agree with you. It's not the value we're doing and changing them. We're actually having useful interactions here with Blue and you and me here now about subjects that are fulfilling and scientifically interesting. So yes, totally.
Scientific. See, that's what they're doing. They're doing Blue Marble Science over there. Rumpus and Blue Marble and PhD Tony. They're making theories now. Blue Marble scientific theories.
3 sharp minds at work.
Yeah, countering what SE says. Literally, these guys are making science. New Einsteins. Futuristic. Get ready for it. These are the scientists of the future.
By the way, I passed them a lesson about how the auto level works, so Bev can't say he doesn't know.
Oh, look, Chikey's taught us.
I mean, I've told him several times that there's effectively a plumb bob in an auto level, and also George did it with regard to a theodolite, because he about a year ago, possibly less, did not understand that a theodolite has effectively a plumb bob inside it. He disputed this, and he therefore didn't.
It doesn't. Now, I don't know whether Larry should be telling him this, but theodolite doesn't. Literally does not.
understand how you get angles to the horizontal in a theodolite. He did not understand how that worked. And he clearly doesn't understand how a compensator works. He clearly doesn't understand how an autolevel works. And this idea that he's also got, it picked up by DP when I was having an argument with him about a week ago on another server. They seem to think that the stick, the measuring stick you have in the eyepiece of an autolevel is the thing that fixes the horizontal. He doesn't understand the plane is created by the reticle. So it basically came down to Bev and DP's argument was you needed to have a measuring stick in the image of an eyepiece of an autolevel for the reticule to work. This is the sort of idiocy you're having to deal with. But then they were using this argument, oh, well, you've got to form a plane, you need to have a line.
See, Rumpus, he's so eloquent. He doesn't half construct a very well-formed argument against something. You're absolutely certain of what he's talking about. So good. I'm so glad that the Blue Marble Science have got him on board. It's like second man to Blue Marble Science, Rumpus.
Going from the reticule to something. What else? No, I said, well, it's the eye. Then it's not something that's immediately obvious to come to a conclusion on. But yes, obviously that is what's happening. And it's only from the line of sight from the eyeball, but you're fitted obviously with the eyepiece through the reticle. That then forms a plane. And they were disputing that the eye partook in this geometrical arrangement. And so you meet all these sort of arguments. So in just another, going back to PhD Tony's point, I've also developed an understanding of logic and things, and also that I've learned about the way logic works. I didn't understand before, that I learned about mostly must have been dealing more with religious types. So yes, there's a whole series of things that you learn about intellectually in dealing with these people.
Oh, so eloquent. I always love it when Rumpus talks. He should be a public speaker. He'd make a fortune.
I don't know how they come up with it with the ideas that they come up with, but there is no horizontal.
Here we go.
In nature. That I can point to and say, oh yeah, I'll use that horizontal that's laying over there.
There is no horizontal in nature. Blue Marble Science. Quote that 2022.
Blue, that's
Blue Marble Science.
Dumbest thing you've ever said, and you've said some dumb things, bro.
My missus says, I don't even know why they've even made the word. Right? What is it? Why is it there?
Wow.
It's not even a thing. So let's make up a word for a not thing.
Make up a word for a not thing using a thing that's in nature that these people deny is actually in nature.
Yeah. And geometry. Incredible. Like the basis of geometry, the perpendicular, the straight lines and all that. It's none of that. You can't. It's not even possible. Forget about
the horizon doesn't exist.
Yeah.
At all. Yeah.
Forget about it. Don't worry. This is what happens to the exploded mind. Do you want to hear that again? 3:44, 40.
You got to clip that one, bro.
2:38.
So yes, there's a whole series of things that you learn about intellectually in dealing with these people.
I don't know how they come up with it with the ideas that they come up with, but there is no horizontal in nature that I can point to and say, oh yeah, I'll use that horizontal that's laying over there. You got one thing and one thing only that you can depend on, and that's gravity. That's it. That's what makes a carpenter's level work. That's what makes an auto level work.
Can we pause for a second?
All hail the great G, Big G.
Yeah, their whole shit falls apart. Everything falls apart when you take away their big G.
There is only the Big G. That's the big man.
You outdid yourself on this one, bro. Wow.
There is no horizontal in nature. There is only the Big G.
Hail to the G.
Globa. No, Globa. Oh, great Globa. There is only the Big G.
The big G makes the big E, right? The big G makes the big E.
Yeah. It's highly religious ceremony now going on, right? Over there at Blues. He's getting some extra powers. I'm pretty sure. He's getting good.
You think they have black robes and stuff? Or
I bet they're lining them up. Blue marble robes.
Really well. Sorry, Blue, you did really well. At one point, you were
did
struggling
really well,
a little
Blue.
bit.
You were struggling.
I was saying, oh, God. And then you got it exactly right. What a bubble, because Bev asked you, how does a bubble work then, the leveling bubble? And I was thinking, oh, God, come on, Blue, come in. And you pause for a few seconds, and then you hit him with exactly the right answer, which I thought was you did really well there. And he was.
Rumpus's ass kissing Blue here. It's because he did the big religious ceremony thing. Rumpus is like kissing his feet now. Let me wash your feet.
Taken aback by the answer that the bubble inside one of the inside a bubble level is actually driven by gravity. He had absolutely no idea that that's what happened, and thank goodness you got in there and you shut him up for 10 seconds as he tried to absorb this whole new concept. Because of course he doesn't. He thinks that somehow horizontal comes out of nowhere in an auto level, and then that defines the vertical. Hence, he has all this idea that
the horizontal is always there. Everybody should know that. It's not made by the auto level. It's crazy. I don't know what he's thinking, but I mean, obviously, Rumpus.
Verticals are perpendicular to a horizontal. He thinks the horizontal is the primary thing, and he doesn't understand it all comes from gravity. But you got there quite quickly, and I was very pleased that you got that bit right, because that stopped him in his tracks for 10 seconds.
It's hard to stop Bev.
There you go. Rumpus was like a fucking train.
It was the best.
Rumpus was pleased, was he?
And that was a compliment if I ever heard one.
Yeah, immovable. Unstoppable.
This is too good, man.
Yeah. How you get everything
like a rock?
He said when the capital lever is horizontal, the bubble is in the center. No, when the bubble is in the center, then the capital lever is horizontal.
Correct.
Every time
how a spirit level works.
You don't know how a spirit level works. Arguing whether it's in the same place that when the bubble's in the right place, or whether the bubble's in the right place and the level's in the right place. Madness. They'll argue about anything. Rebuttal should sort us, shouldn't it? And then the questions are left for the audience and whatnot.
Yeah.
Before using Uplearn,
No,
I
I
was
don't know
top on
what's going
C's in
on
all of
here
my
now.
subjects, especially psychology and economics.
Bloody adverts.
Need to get that YouTube premium.
Where was it? I forgot where we were now.
That bit over there is all works. He clearly doesn't understand how an auto level works.
That I can point to and say, oh yeah, I'll use that horizontal that's laying over there. You got one.
Hey, there's a horizontal over yonder. Have you
Why?
ever been
So
to the
shocked.
beach, Blue? Have you ever been to the beach? For crying out loud, man.
There is no horizontal in nature. Blue Marble Science 2020.
For him when Blue explained that it's down to gravity, it's down to the direction of going down that gets your bubble to give you the horizontal. And but otherwise, before that, he didn't realize where that came from, and that's why he's got this sort of magical idea of where horizontal is, and then vertical's coming off this, and this is a good 50% of his problem.
That one, Bob.
Rumpus diagnosing problems. 50%
Go on,
of
Rumpus, whip that up on
horizontal.
your CAD drawing thing, Owen.
Well,
No.
I
Is that the one? Is that the one, Bob? Is that what you're
Here,
talking
I'll
about?
put it in the chat again.
Oh, let's see this. Yeah, let's check
okay.
this out.
Yeah, Schubel did it.
Great. You want me to post it, what, over in Bev's?
Yep, because that basically destroys his entire
Hey, that's
argument.
Bendy's Uncle Bob.
By the way.
It's Bendy's Uncle Bob.
Can you? Yeah. Have you seen the drawing he's done? Have you seen it? This kills somebody's argument. Have you seen it? Literally. Holy shit. I think we had a laugh when this came through. It might be on our stream, yeah.
The circles, yeah, I remember this.
Vertical, not parallel. Vertical, vertical. Horizontal, to horizontal. Not vertical, not vertical. It's crazy. And that's what Bob... I mean, I don't know what happened to Bob. I don't know why you went away. I hope you didn't come away to do this. Come back. You've been retrained or something in... I haven't got a clue what this is. Possibly it's an outward sign of madness. And you just wanting acceptance, but crazy shit.
If you've
I fixed your sketch. Yeah, I just fixed your sketch.
That's better.
You
That's
fixed
better.
it. Yeah. It wasn't flat.
There's a diagram I've got that you might interest everybody. It's similar to that.
Yeah, Bob.
Oh,
that
see,
fountain
it's a
pen isn't
diagram
working for you.
off
Get
now.
get a Pentel belt pen.
Okay, got it.
He's put it.
I just wanted to quickly
ballpoint.
At the moment we were talking about.
Yeah, you butted in. You missed your opportunity, Tony. Sorry.
Okay, well, I just wanted to quickly butt in to say hello, Terry, and hello, Bob. Nice to see you, Bob.
Hey, Tony.
Right, this is a diagram. Hopefully you can see here.
It says here in this chat, I don't know whether you guys can see it. PhD Tony says, yes, my supervisor and boss are both surveyors. PhD Tony, I'm a mathematician. PhD Tony, the guy that told me that a triangle can have 3 180 degrees angles. 3 of them. Triangle. Each one of them have 180 degrees at each corner. Fantastic. He's a mathematician. Obviously, blue marble mathematician.
People that I think is quite useful as part of my 200-point introduction to the globe, which I'm hoping to come out with eventually, which is what a horizontal is.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Yeah, 200-point introduction, did you say?
Yeah,
Introduction to the globe?
Like
anybody needs an introduction to the globe.
A 200-point introduction to the globe in order how to talk to flat earthers.
He could be the new, perhaps he's the new Martin Luther to,
I think so.
to the, right? It
Yeah.
could be. He's blue is the baby. This is what's going on. I just thought
Blue's
of this
the
guy.
vehicle.
Blue,
Yeah.
blue. Well, who's the Pope though, right? Did we say we were talking about who's the Pope, right? Because if you equate this to religion, you go back years, then you have the Pope, and then you have Martin Luther, right? Martin Luther put up his 95 Thesis, the whole thing he had a problem with in the with the Catholic Church. Perhaps that's what Rumpus is doing. Instead of 95 Theses, he's got the 200 points of a globe.
So Rumpus would attain Pope status over
That's
Blue?
what I'm thinking. He's looking to be Pope.
Oh.
Well, he is trying to manifest his version of reality.
Oh, I think he's more of a Cardinal Richelieu type character. Yeah, Rumpus.
That's possible. That's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, he's definitely got they've got eyes on the like the grand prize. They're all nuzzling for position at the minute. It's obvious.
For the popemanship. Wow.
Well, for the cause, for the G, for the big E.
The Pope of Globe.
Yeah. Who's gonna be the most worshipped, right? Like, because anybody that can come up, right? Since we found out at the beginning of this year, there is no proof, right? So it could be like a holy grail. The globe proof could be the holy grail, and a wrecking level is horizontal, and all horizontals being parallel could be that's Holy Grail. Who knows? They could be battling, nuzzling into position.
Wow, for the title of globemanship.
Yeah.
The Pope. Wow. Exciting times.
To, a level. So I don't know if you can see this. So I've got a.
So this would have to be one of Rumpus's 200
vertical here,
introduction points.
and I've got a horizontal determined from point A, and it gives you these horizontal points, this horizontal plane. And then what do you think would happen if you then were to put levels on those points? And this is the point where I was discussing with Tony earlier about what is these points A, B, C, D, E are all horizontal to one another with regard to A, and that is what the levels would do. And obviously, these are meant to be plumb bobs pointing down here, and obviously I've still got the perpendiculars in here. And this is the basic thing, obviously, the Bev doesn't
Rumpus is displaying, and Blue's not like
though
back
it's on
in.
the horizontal
Like,
for A,
we're not looking at
its own
Rumpus's
personal
bullshit.
Vertical and horizontal is as I've described it in the green. Is its
Well done, Blue.
HC, and the
tip
up,
the hat here.
Is VC. Its own personal one.
Just let Rumpus ramble. Somebody will be watching it. Don't worry.
I describe up here how we have intersecting.
How long did you reckon he goes on for?
Here, so here we have several levels.
Ooh, he loves his things. It could be hours.
Vertical. We have these horizontal. This point H2, for instance.
Oh, there we go. Blue's noticed. Yeah,
it's also intersecting with.
He should have been doing this.
And intersecting with the horizontal at G. So we have this point H2.
No way.
Which is I'm drawing obviously just 3
Look at these plumb bobs.
I could have drawn an infinite number.
Yeah, that's the thing.
He's Dornagon.
One of my memes.
He's done a Dornagon.
Number of horizontal planes.
Literally.
And Bev's confusion is that the horizontal to the vertical is.
How beautiful is that?
Oh my God! Did we predict that or what?
I have a meme of that. Absolutely.
That's a Dornagon.
Yep.
Looks like a slice of kiwi to me.
But he's got these plumb bobs.
It's all about the plumb bob. Yeah. Pointing to the center.
Come and have a look at this. Yeah.
That's what he thinks.
They're plumb bobs.
Hey, SE, you said it earlier today when we were talking, right? Ignore say that the Earth is moving, although no one feels it moving. Ignore that the sun. Say the sun isn't moving while we see it moving. All of this shit that's going on, and here it is. This is a diagram of their madness. But ignore something that exists in nature by saying it doesn't exist in nature. The horizon.
Exactly.
But show this
as reality.
As reality. It's unbelievable.
And how can somebody not see that those would all fall right to the bottom, straight down?
No, the big G. You're forgetting the big G. John,
I don't go along with the big G. So
John, you forget the big G.
There's no way that would happen unless it's laying flat on a table and you laid it out that way.
You're forgetting the big G, man. That's it. This is what I'm talking about, though. This is what we were talking about earlier today in the Discord. Ignore your actual reality for their pictorial reality.
Yeah, we were saying with imaginometry, right? You should not ever depict it in this form. Because the moment you do, it turns into a Euclidean, straight lines and circles.
Yep.
Like, that can't be it. That's Euclidean, and that's not what you're got to imagine. Because if you're imagining that, then it's Euclidean. And that wouldn't happen.
Well, you just have to imagine a little bit more. You go a few more steps.
It's a typical stolen concept, like in pictorial form.
Yep.
And all you have to do is imagine that it could be. Just talk about the model. Just accept that that's what would happen on this model. Accept it and it's yours. You can have it. Take it on.
Basically, what you're saying is
Yep.
disregard Euclid. and
Look
then
in live
demonstrate
chat,
Euclid.
Kevin, and you'll see.
They've got exploding brains.
He loves that meme.
Yeah. Yep.
That's fantastic.
That's the one he was referring to before, yeah.
Yeah, the missus is just a vocally expressed stolen concept and told us that they've got exploded brains.
Give him the whole thing. That
In order for this to be true,
Well, the
so to
missus knows what she's talking about.
He does, yeah. It's pretty obvious, like, to anybody, really. Once you accept this, or once you see it, then it's crazy. You can see the stolen concept. It's obvious.
Ludicrous. Just look at it, anybody. Just look at what they want you to believe.
I don't know.
It's crazy.
It's a bit of water.
the dick and a bit of a
Yeah, what's he got on the top?
Weird.
Yeah.
All right.
What is that? Yeah.
Don't know. She said it's a dick hole for him to, pleasure himself.
It looks like
Now that she said that, I can't unsee that. Tell the missus thank you. Can't unsee it now. Thanks a lot.
If you got the missus laughing, Blue, you're in trouble, bro. You's in trouble, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, like,
It's
come
ridiculous.
on. But look at all the writing and all that. Like, look, when we first started, Rumpus started doing these drawings, right? I'm telling you what's going on here. Rumpus is working in the background doing all of this writing. All of this is what Rumpus is writing out in order to counter some stuff. This is what the Globe requires, wrote by Rumpus. He's writing himself into the history books. Rumpus is. It's gonna succeed as well. He's gonna be a hero to many in times to come. Flat Earth Society will be proud of Rumpus.
This is their model.
Yeah.
This is their model. Yeah.
Yeah, Rumpus is one of the leading scientists for the blue marble. As you can tell, like how well he's spoken of within these communities. 200 proofs for the 200 introductory points to the globe by Rumpus.
Is he trying to emulate some other guy that did the 200 proofs? Did anybody catch that?
Mm-hmm.
Nice go, Rumpus. It just occurred to me.
The Rumpus. The noble figure of the blue marble scientists. When anybody thinks of blue marble scientists, they shall think of the Rumpus. I hope so, anyway. Everybody knows.
Blue's not going to like that.
What, blue marble science? The head honcho?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Rumpus does seem to be able to talk a bit better than Blue.
You have in reality, not
He's allowed
geometrically.
Well, of course, Jim.
Look at this.
I've got some,
Look at Rumpus's
more
presentation.
various horizontals and things. But that's where I was going to start off from. Just demonstrating.
He has pages of this
Yeah.
stuff. Don't kid
He's been working hard.
pages.
Showing you.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just going to do verticals first. So all
And
these
very
verticals point to the
professionally
centre. In
done,
fact,
may I
any
say.
line that goes through the center of the Earth is actually a vertical. That's all you need to have for a vertical. Wherever.
Or any line which goes through the centre of the Earth is a vertical. Completely disregarding Page's proof.
Or a horizontal.
Yeah, geometric impossibilities of it. But, I mean, hey, what model dictates?
The point you are, if it goes through the center of the Earth, that's it. It will form a vertical line. And then I threw in the horizontals here, and then showed you could have multiple horizontals of different elevations.
Well
and I'd later on go and talk about levels and things. But that's
the key element of this for me comes back to mathematical notation. The concept of horizontal is tied specifically to a fixed point. a fixed reference point at which you're assessing that horizontal.
You mean sea level?
So when you talk about a horizontal plane or a horizontal line, you must include the point that horizontal is being assessed in the definition. And this is the linguistic legerdemain that that Bev pulls when he says, well, it's the horizontal there and that's the horizontal over there. They're both the horizontal, therefore they're the same horizontal. And it's the thing is that as soon as you, and Blue was hammering this point, as soon as you bring in that point of vertical or horizontal, they are defined at a point, at a particular location, and you can't just generalize them, extrapolate them, or continue them out. And Bev's claim to the contrary is simple nonsense.
Yeah, because this put the welcome.
Welcome to Realising Euclid. We do have a test. I'll introduce everybody to that one soon enough.
He claimed against when Blue made a point effectively equivalent to this diagram that I've got here. He was saying, but hold on then. The reason this doesn't work, he was saying, is because if I was to have this point C, I had a level here. Well, that's no longer aligned with the horizontal that we're discussing, and therefore you're talking bollocks. And of course, it's only by making it clear that you're talking about a horizontal for point A and then the local horizontal vertical pair. And so, yes, he tried to do that. He did that.
The local horizontal vertical pair. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. At a point.
Wow, man.
Now, you're on a job site and you're told to move some piece of equipment vertically, 50 feet. You have to ask, which vertical do you want me to move it on?
Or which horizontal it's associated with.
Which horizontal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Incredible.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, my vertical or your vertical?
Yeah, exactly.
Can you say dialetheism with me?
Confusing the issue, but without a diagram, it's almost impossible to describe this properly.
Without a diagram,
that's why I believe that diagrams are the only way of getting through to these people.
I say you cannot depict it in a diagram because that's Euclidean. You're going to struggle to depict anything other than Euclidean in diagrammatic form. But Rumpus, true dialetheist.
Well, I think it's. I think you're being optimistic by thinking.
Yes. Whatever chance you've got, yes, it's the only chance. Yes, and what the chances of that might be, might indeed be vanishingly small.
Yeah. But it just, it is really. I also want to give a shout out to Shubel in the chat for the work on those elevations. Really, really impressive stuff.
What work? Is that actual surveying procedure? Ask yourself that. Rumpus should be asking himself. Larry should be telling everybody what the job would be, when it would be used, where it is in the book, what particular page the method was for doing what they were doing.
They're chewing on your diagram over there, Bob. They give them something to think about.
Laugh.
Yes, I mean, but Bev did try a couple of little tricks that did manage to confuse the issue, and it's only, I think, when you've got a diagram to refer to, you can sort of brush it away.
Yeah, but like I say, he'll dive over to something else.
But not in this case, because he couldn't. The whole point this discussion was focused on a particular issue, and I think he did try and change something. He started to, I can't remember now. He did try to go off on two tangents at one point. But if you do have him on a particular subject, then I think well, anyway, I'm hoping to pin down some of these people in my own discussion, and I'll perhaps see how successful I am at holding them to.
Well, I mean, you're a very skilled debater in your own right, and you know, you've got an immense amount of experience talking
Skilled
to these
debater?
people. But again,
He's got an immense amount of experience talking with people. Says a bit of hero worship there from PhD Tony to Rumpus. I bet Rumpus is going to take that well.
and I think that the successful, you know, a measure of success is from a an anti-flat Earth presentation is, have you educated the impartial observer? And I think this worked. You know, I never really thought about doing these using these surveying techniques to demonstrate curvature quite so directly, and it was quite masterful to see. So, you know, in those terms, it's this was really successful.
Bit of ass smooching there.
Well, PhD Tony, I mean, he's obviously a clever man. He's got a PhD. You don't get a PhD without, you know, unless you're really clever. Definitely have to be on the Blue Marble scientific team if you've got a PhD. And he said he wouldn't have known, he wouldn't have thought how to use it, but to demonstrate curvature with a tool that depicts straight lines is genius, like he says. It's fantastic. He's fallen for it. He's loving it.
He's learning a lot of stuff, PhD Tony, it seems.
Yeah, from Larry and Rumpus.
Masterful.
Yeah, masterful. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm wondering whether how many other people are learning about how to measure curvature using straight lines. Hopefully.
Valley survey, at no point was a horizon observed.
Yeah.
Yes. Ever. This is another key issue.
Or a celestial body.
Yeah, the key issue that, of course, is that horizons do not appear in the engineering surveying literature ever. Don't worry about it. Not an issue. So you don't need to discuss it. It's not an issue. And I do wonder how Bev would.
I think he's mistaken the idea that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. I bet he thinks. Well, let's see.
Consider how you work out what horizontal is without being able to see the horizon. Because he says horizontal is defined by the horizon. But okay, what happens if you're in a cave trying to define horizontal? And then suddenly he'll then switch, I think, to, well, that's what an autolevel does. But the autolevel doesn't worry about the horizon. It has nothing to do with the horizon.
Nobody uses the ocean horizon as a point of reference for anything ever, with the sole exception of a marine sextant in a marine environment, only because they have to.
Exactly, that's what I was saying, yeah.
Well, that's the only time you would ever use it. It has no practical value for any other reason other than
but you can't
celestial navigation.
You can get by without it.
Yes, you can. Absolutely.
And just remember, Blue Marble Science, there is no horizontal in nature. Remember that. Blue Marble Science.
Did you hear what he just said?
Yeah.
You can navigate without, you don't need the horizon.
It's not a practical, no. Yeah, it's not a practical thing. Don't worry about it.
Lou, you're on a power hit
hard
today.
to get rid of the horizontal.
Yeah. Well, there is no horizontal in nature. Blue Marble Science.
According to Blue, yeah.
He's the leader. Come on.
You can make an artificial horizon if you want to.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you can go. The whole
Easy
point
enough.
of a marine sextant, is to get to zenith. And when you're using the ocean horizon, you have to calculate the dip angle. If you're on land, even if you could see the ocean horizon, you can go directly to zenith with a reflecting pool.
Yeah.
Exactly.
A reflecting pool.
With
A
water?
tangent.
Well, the water's the horizontal. That's
yeah. Yeah, the
the
tangent.
distal water
The
is
reflecting
the
pool becomes the tangent. The straight line, right?
Amazing.
That's brilliant. I like it. The reflecting pool is the tangent. Love it. Larry Scott, the guy that told my lad triangles have more than 180 degrees. Part of the Blue Marble scientific team. Surveying department.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And you know, this is the again, this is the disconnect that we've got in this discussion.
Definitely
is
disconnect.
that we've got a bunch of people who have been out there dealing with these practical problems and applying them in reality.
What was the practical problem, Larry? Whenever you did that thing with Jesse Kozlowski, measuring angles, what was the practical problem that you faced that needed to be solved by doing that thing that you did? Just let us know.
To get reliable results. And in fact, you know, in the age of sail, results that people's lives depended on, right? You know, your ability to navigate, determine how far you needed to travel, how much water and...
I'm not so sure Jesse and Larry were saving any lives by doing what they were doing. We don't even know why they were doing it in the first place. That'd be handy. But, I mean, hey, Larry will be able to tell us when he does a presentation.
Food you needed for that. People's lives depended on getting that right. And today, you know, fueling airplanes, people rely on getting the amount of fuel correct. But the flat earthers don't have anything like that. They don't have any real life applications. They don't have any real life achievements. They've never had lives.
He's going on about the flat earthers again. Please ignore this man's bigotry. Whether you consider yourself a flat earther or not, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Just please ignore this man's bigotry. He knows nothing about who
his bigotry doesn't affect me at all.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm just telling everybody, right? I mean, this guy, he could be influencing people about flat earthers, just subtly, right? He's just slagging off a group of people. It's not good to be a bigot, and don't outwardly express your bigotry like this.
Depending on them getting stuff actually right.
It was a bit shocking that Blue presented all this real world data, and he keeps on going on about how he works with reality. He's not interested in theory in many ways. He just goes with reality. And there was Blue presenting real world data, and I think you could have been even more forceful than you were, Blue. But I think you were just being nice, of course, your usual nice self. And but I'd have been more aggressive and say, look, and you did say it at the end, actually. Here, you summarised it really well, actually. You know, here I am presenting you some real world data. It disagrees with your model. Too bad. Game over. I'm showing you real world data, Bear. But of course, he didn't understand it. That was half the problem. It had.
I think Blue should have done a mic drop moment and gone, "It's globe, boom, mic drop. I'm out of here." Something like that would have been cool. Try it next time.
Numbers in it, and that's more than his little brain can cope with.
Well, it is somewhat endearing that he thought that he'd absolutely crushed Blue in the debate.
Yeah.
There was.
Who thought that? I didn't say that, did I? I hope I didn't come across like that, because I don't think I ever said there's not a win or lose within a debate. It's just us presenting things and discussing for the people listening. It's a rhetorical discussion.
Yeah, you never did say that, but Lou definitely did say that he crushed it and he won, and you got your ass handed to you and all this other stuff.
So PhD Tony might have mistaken me for Blue, and he
Maybe,
might, yeah.
But when projection is half of your argument, I guess that's bound to happen here and there.
Shocking.
I was like, really? You really wanted, and he wanted to dwell on it. He wanted to ask Blue how, and Blue had blitzed the debate. Despite the aggressive mendacity of Bev,
aggressive mendacity. Come on, PhD Tony. Super
Is that even a
snowflake.
word?
I haven't got a clue what it
Mendacity?
means. Yeah.
Is that a word?
Well, yeah.
Mendacity?
He likes it. It's a big word, isn't it? I mean, he's in PhD.
Yeah.
PhD. Aggressive.
Mendacity.
I like that, though. Aggressive debating.
He claimed to have an argument as well, which he didn't. He did not have a claim. My argument was more well-rounded. He didn't have an argument. He just had three things equating. One of which was he did not put it in the form of an argument. A series of lines, and then said, "This is my premise number one. This is my premise number two." He didn't do that. And of course, one of these premises, one of these points he made, was completely invalid, and he had to justify that to make an argument. But he didn't. He did not make an argument.
Rumpus. I mean, that's Rumpus. He's okay to have his point of view. I thought I did well enough to explain what the arguments were and present the arguments as though everybody knew what the arguments were. Seems like Rumpus didn't hear it. Either that or he doesn't understand what an argument is. Or he should be able to say where I got it wrong. One or the other, rather than just saying,
outrageous.
Let's go.
Yeah, he couldn't say anything without the words level and horizontal in the same sentence for an argument.
It was just assertions. What he said at the start, there was no argument there. They were just assertions.
And for not just assertions, fallacious assertions.
Oh yeah, fallacious assertions. Yes, the assertions they were just asserting themselves in prison, and then obviously they were fallacious as well.
Pretty triggered, right? Got to admit, they're pretty triggered by some simple arguments.
Well, he did use mendacity.
Yeah, but look, they're all jumping in now. They're all supporting each other. Yeah, like, yeah, it wasn't an argument. Don't worry about that. It was bullshit.
Yes.
I'll say this. The other day when Katz and whoever got up against Whitsitt, and Katz predicted what Whitsitt was going to do. I got to pat myself on the back for one thing. I nailed it. Bev did exactly what I said he was going to do. Exactly.
You
right
did.
Down the line.
He did a Katz. You know how good a tactic that was with Katz the other day? Going in time travel bullshit. But he's patting himself on the back. He's chuffed to bits.
When he pulled the Nostradamus.
Yeah. He probably knew that I was going to come with the geometric principles of vertical and horizontal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I must say that was
he
the
nailed
worst
it.
display. If that's called nailing it, what Katz did is the worst display I've ever seen in a debate, really,
Yeah,
honestly.
that was about as far away from a debate as you could possibly get. It was more like a child's thing.
More like a Benny Hill skit, you know?
Well, no, because Benny Hill was sort of, it was cheesy but funny.
Yeah.
That wasn't
true.
even
This
that.
was- yeah.
Typical. You could call it blue marble humour, I suppose. They're off laughing about it.
And I made that video yesterday. That's how predictable the little bastard is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got him with the on the beach at Blackpool, and Bev will say that 95 missing 95 feet is because it doesn't work over that distance.
I'll say it's not missing. It's right there, exactly where it should fucking be. Fuck's sake.
But you were looking through an auto level 9 for that 90 feet?
I'd say it again. Don't look in the distance whenever you've got an auto level. Yeah.
People are mad.
Mm-hmm.
Which is exactly what he said later on in the presentation. Took him a while. I think he might have been making not to say it, but eventually he just said, no, that's too far away. You can't use that.
Yeah, he was trying to put some distance between my presentation and his denial of it. That's what he was doing. He was hoping everybody forgot what I said.
He goes on and on about being able to extend a line to any length from a line segment, and that's exactly all you're doing with the graticule. And if that graticule goes through anything allowing for refraction, it's horizontal. If I'm looking at the moon, and the graticle goes through it, allowing for refraction, it's horizontal.
If he's looking at the moon through an auto level, Rumpus 2020.
My God.
Like, literally, how many times has anybody ever looked at the moon through an auto level? Anyone? I mean, I know a lot of you haven't got an auto level.
No, but I looked at it
But
through my
even if we
camera
had one,
with a super zoom lens, and it looked pretty cool.
Yeah, but you know what you're normally doing if you're looking through an auto level?
Yeah, you look horizontal, you don't look up.
Yeah, and
Well, you would have to have a measuring rod on the moon too, right?
well, no, you just happen to have a guy with a measuring rod there at the time when the moon would be around about the horizon, right? There'd be no clouds, no trees, no buildings, obviously, just a guy probably at the beach or somewhere like that. You might be lucky enough to be looking at the right time. I don't know whether it be moonrise or moonset, or even if the moon ever fucking gets there. Because surely people have heard about the 15 degrees. The unusable part. The one where there is no fucking moon. But Rumpus doesn't know that. Rumpus has not got a fucking clue.
Sorry, not to mention that you wouldn't have, I mean, you have to have a special auto level to get that distance.
Well, again, it would be pointless because you don't look at shit in the distance. You're looking at the measuring rod, for fuck's sake. But Rumpus looks at the moon through auto levels. He said it twice or 3 times. He's using it as an example. Put it in your head, right? But you just remember, if you put that in your head, put a guy with a measuring rod there and put the fucking moon in the background. And then try and imagine the moon in that fucking position. Has anybody ever seen the moon there? Looking horizontally across the fucking ground. Has anybody ever seen the moon in the background? No one? No, I wouldn't have thought so.
Can't say I have.
There is no limit. It's an infinite plane. It will carry on. There is no limit.
As
I
far
could
as
be
you
looking
can
at a
see it.
star, and that would be horizontal to me as well if it goes through the bloody graticle,
Star?
allowing for refraction.
He's looking for stars through auto levels. Rumpus. You can tell he's an experienced user. He's looked through auto levels thousands of times. He's seen moons and stars and all sorts of stuff through the auto level. Never a measuring rod.
Okay, now we can see something about Bev's level in that picture he showed, because he called that the ocean. But regardless, it's going to be, some sort of horizontal, and it's obviously art.
Oh, it is horizontal.
That piece of shit optics has a huge a pincushion or barrel.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, it's an auto level. It's amazing that they haven't done this. I mean, that's Larry. They're all role playing. All of these people role playing, especially Rumpus.
Notice that there was left to right curvature.
Hey, Blue, that picture of the horizon of the sea, that was just a boiling mirage. You see that through a telescopic sight all the time. You could tell the wind was blowing from the left to the right, and all it was doing was just shimmering on the surface. That's all that was.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah, that's what I thought it was too.
Yeah, it was a refraction. You were quite right to say don't discuss it, because whenever you get involved in an image with lots of mirages and refractions,
don't discuss it.
You need to spend hours examining everything that's going on.
Blue Marble got a warning. Don't discuss the horizon with Bev underneath it. Don't discuss it.
to work out what the hell's and all the complicated fatamorganas, in mirages, superior mirages, inferior mirage. I think there's an inferior mirage here, and they all exhibit this very wiggly surface, the inferior mirage, where the boundary between where the inferior mirage is not a mirage. There is always a complicated, animated thing there. So you did well to sort of get out of that and say that I'm not going to comment on this because it's always incredibly complicated. And what's more, it's usually so chaotic you can't often comment on it. There's so many complicated effects going on. So you did well to sort of get out of that blue.
And
But
and Bev would not address why in that ocean mirage, whatever, why his crosshairs are like in the fucking clear blue sky.
They're way above, like, you know.
I did, didn't I? I said that they're always above. I'm pretty sure I addressed that. Always above. And with the magnification and the fact that you can't measure it, how do you know? I love it.
What is going on there? Like, have you tilted the crosshairs somehow? Have you messed up? Like, I cannot believe that's actually level. Like, it just seems like such a...
Yeah.
They can't believe it. They can't believe it. Rumpus will tell him he's used an auto level thousands of times. He's seen the moon through the auto level. Tony can't believe it's that high. Rumpus must have seen the moon. Well,
I don't believe it.
No,
Rumpus will tell him.
It is level. Just don't see the horizon.
You can even see the miraging right at the little sand line of the beach, the ocean.
Yeah.
Oh, good one, Terry. Yes, good one. Yes.
Yeah, good one, Terry.
It was, and this is the thing. Like, I often sort of have a go at MC Toon because I think that a lot of MC Toon's discussions tend to come down to disagreements over the behavior of optical observations. Like, how does light behave? And, you know, the flat earthers will often make these ridiculous claims that, refraction doesn't occur when in fact it did, or that
it's not healthy for a PhD to be so obsessed with a group
didn't
of
occur
people,
when
is
it obviously does. You know, they'll just get it 100% wrong, and you end up sort of discussing, you know, discussing optics and atmospheric conditions and that sort of thing. I may be biased, but it's why I prefer the seismic data
I think he is biased.
To the optical.
Refraction
are a horrible subject.
It's in aggregate. Seismic data, optic data, the mapping of the South Pole, sunrise, sunset, eclipses, tides. You can't exclude some. Oh, when they say, oh, points of light in the sky, I don't care. No, you cannot make a subset.
Every time I'm in a Discord with the arguments with data that Tony did with the seismic, one of your shows you did, I always reference that one.
I think it's very clear, and I've had, you know, sort of, I've had Brian Leakey called it, you know, some of the most persuasive stuff he's seen. But you know, it intimidates a lot of the debunking community. But it's, in principle, it's actually very, very simple to sort of work out. Yeah. Actually, I was just looking at some graphics, so maybe I can drop them in the chat here.
Yeah, refraction, while you're doing that, refraction is a horrible subject to get into. The complexities of it and the effects that you can get, and the fact, of course, looking along horizontally means you're getting the maximum refractive effects, and particularly if you then start going very close to the water, which, of course, is what the Black Swan image is all about, and what Rogoff did for the Bedford levels. Immediately you start going down that low, then the effects become bonkers. And so trying to work out what the hell is going on without information about the temperature profiles and things is just very difficult.
Do you think we've got to a point now where we're flooding the flurfers with so much knowledge that debunks their critiques and arguments that it's almost like as if, even with me, for myself, I've picked up on so much. At least I know where to go and which direction I should go. That's how far we've got. That's how far we've
I
got
think
into
you've got to
it.
make sure the basic.
Wow, dude. See the ripples of this within this community. They've not finished yet. Terry's professing how much he's learned from the Blue Marble Scientist community.
Nice.
Ooh.
Everyone's learning.
Yeah. They're learning that there's no such thing as a horizontal. It's gone. They're learning to just release Euclidean, but hold on to it in concept. It's amazing the contradictions that they've learned to accept.
Basics are in place, so I think
I feel proud.
Something like something like Bev, for instance, is still yet to understand in the globe model that down is towards the center of the Earth, and therefore the consequences of radial verticals and things. So you need to get that into his head first, and so I think you can go.
I really like the idea of going along with what Rumpus says, but it literally means that down turns back into up, and that's just ridiculous. I can't accept that. There's no way you could get me to ever accept that.
Don't forget the floaty part in the middle.
Oh, the floaty bit in the middle. Well, again, I can't accept any of it, really, so it just sounds ridiculous.
Necessary for them, and you need to make sure they're on the first rung of the ladder before you start developing the explanation further.
What I'm getting, what I'm getting at is we're not trying to get into their head as such, but it's their words and what they're trying to say. You have to think about what they're saying on their side, and then try to throw what they're saying back at them, but the facts and what is.
It's a real effort.
See, Terry's thinking about this now. So good. The logical discussion, because people get to be able to see how you can develop arguments, and Terry's doing it. You can see it. This process is going to be amazing. Hopefully we'll need some more discussions with them.
Though to think down to their level and the sort of logic they employ, I find
I know.
struggling is hard thinking. Now, what are they trying to say? What are they trying to say? And how will I put it in a way that they will understand it? Whereas if I'm talking to PhD Daniel Blue here, I know that I can just use a few words and they'll pick it up and understand and then respond, and then we can have a sensible conversation. But when you're dealing with stupid people who are also willfully going to misinterpret whatever you say if they possibly can, you have to be super precise. I mean, there was a couple of occasions in the debate that the Blue was saying a couple of things that he then corrected, but you just know that Blue Bev is just waiting to leap on something that he can misunderstand.
That's just the tactic they use, Rumpus. You make the mistake of thinking that he doesn't understand this. He understands it perfectly. He's not going to agree that he understands.
No, Rumpus won't say that. I don't understand it, Rumpus. Tell him.
You'll do it all over again, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day.
There are a
Because
couple
if he
of
ever
things
gets
you
trapped
understand.
if he ever got himself trapped into a position where he says, "Yeah, I got it," verticals are all radials, and they all start at the center of the Earth, and horizontals are always perpendicular, but only at the point of tangency.
Oh, come on.
That's good, isn't it?
If you ever get one of them to admit that, they know they're done.
Yeah.
They're about to lose, and they're not going to let themselves get there.
I'm not going to say
that's where the tactic is. What I noticed what we're doing is we're trying to narrow them down on just one specific point, which is the debating tactic that on our side, that if we can hammer them down on one specific thing, not to go all over into the weeds all the time.
Oh hell, Bev's like Ricochet Rabbit, though. I mean, he's from this to that, flitting back and forth.
Yeah.
You can't pin him down.
Yeah, he's one of the very worst. He does do that deliberately. He certainly, when he's getting into a difficult.
Oh, is that you, Paige?
You're the only one that has the position, Bev. They're the ones changing.
They're not projecting. Don't worry about that, Paige. Don't worry about that.
I don't get it. We're not the ones changing definitions and saying two things can be one thing. We're saying no, we're sticking with the actual rules in the geometry. Verticals and horizontals are perpendicular, always, all of them, every single time. You guys are the ones saying they're not. So you need to prove that.
Model Affliction. Monday. Literally, they're saying what they have to say.
Yes.
Just pointing out that it's fucking ridiculous. I mean, that's what we're doing.
We understand what they want us to think. We understand perfectly well what they want us to think.
That's the problem. We do understand it, and it's fucking mental.
And it's mental. We're not going to do it.
Yeah, I'm not falling for that bullshit. That's the problem. But they have fallen for it, so they're going to go with it. It's part of their religious model.
For not agreeing with this crazy idea that a vertical can also be a radial, because we won't agree with that. Rumper says, when you're dealing with moron, stupid people, it's like, hang on, isn't it stupid to think a vertical can be a radial as well and defy the laws of identity? Isn't that stupid?
Yeah, with no proof, right? You take it on faith.
No proof.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because in real life, if they ever were to make a vertical and a horizontal, they would always be perpendicular. They always will be.
Well,
I mean, Blue can say they found tilt.
Yeah, tilt to vertical. Yeah.
Yeah, a tilt in vertical. How the hell do you get a tilt in vertical?
You go like this, right? You go imagine globe and then say the vertical here, where I'm at, is perpendicular. So therefore, every other vertical, that vertical over there, is tilting. That one over there tilting, that one over there tilting. This one here, perpendicular, but that one and that one and that one and that one and that one, they're all tilting.
Yeah, only at this one point are they perpendicular.
Yeah. Is it perpendicular? Like, there's only one.
Yeah, only one perpendicular. You can't have them. You can't have horizontal line being perpendicular to one vertical, then extending that line so that it goes through another vertical that now that vertical isn't perpendicular to the horizontal. You've just destroyed the whole geometry.
Destroyed the concept of perpendicularity within horizontal, which means you have to get rid of horizontal, and then you've exploded your logic. You've exploded your mind. You've allowed yourself to accept an impossibility as being possible.
You have to sacrifice the horizontal to appease the globe. That's the only way to do it.
Yeah, and the only way you can do that is to have a misunderstanding of how the perpendicular is formed.
Yeah, a big misunderstanding.
I mean, they literally can't make a square if only one vertical is only ever perpendicular to one horizontal, and you can never have two, verticals that are parallel or two horizontals that are parallel. You can never make a square.
Well, you can't form a square using only either horizontals or verticals or a combination of the two. It's not possible. Well, it is possible in reality, obviously. We're talking about within the concept of this Blue Marble scientific community. They're the ones that can't form a square with verticals and horizontals.
Don't have more than one perpendicular to a horizontal or a vertical. They've only got one.
Well, it's the parallels as well. They can't have them being parallel. That's the main problem.
Yeah, so they've got two. Once you start out, if you start thinking about a tilted vertical that's not vertical anymore, you can go from one thing to another and see that it's like pulling a thread on a jumper, and the whole jumper just falls apart because you've pulled this one thread. And that's what happens when you tilt that vertical. You've you're literally pulling the cart out from underneath and letting the whole house fall down. You know.
Yep. You've allowed a flaw within your axiomatic system, right? You've allowed a contradiction, and that explodes the logical system.
Yeah. Well, how's it axiomatic if they're not following it? You know, that's the whole point. You're supposed to follow the steps.
Well, the consequences of exploding your logical system means that anything can happen. Literally anything. If you allow one contradiction, you can make anything happen.
He said to me that he didn't say that. Now, I am sure I heard him answer you in that talk, something about, yes, horizontal is curved.
It said the elevation profile that has a horizontal baseline is an arc.
Is an arc. That's what it was. Yeah, but now, oh no, he didn't say that because now he realised it sounds stupid.
He maybe didn't mean to say it or something. I mean, they can change the words however they want to talk about this stuff. What time is it?
Difficult situation. He will then say, I mean, when you ask, for instance, when you asked him how he thought he'd done, I mean, he didn't answer your question at all. He answered something else. And he will always do this when there's something difficult coming along. He's one of the very worst at using obnoxious debate employs not to answer the question. He will then, I mean, if you ask him a direct question, he will often just say something that is like a sort of casual I can't quite describe this properly, but he will then use a sort of casual conversation introduction of something to try and deflect from the point you're trying to make. And he does it all the time, and it's really obnoxious. He's one of the worst offenders. So yes, he's a slippery customer, Blue. So yes, it is difficult.
Rumpus isn't obsessed with me or anything, and it's not projection.
No, not at all.
He's been studying this a long time, Rumpus.
To get through to him. That's why I believe that diagrams are so important. And then you can point at things and say, look, Bev, is this, like something like the elevation, for instance. What on our globe model, what's the elevation of this point here then, Bev? That sort of thing. And this one,
you can see what arguments Rumpus is going to be using.
I guarantee if you ask him that question with a globe Earth, I mean, I'm refusing to debate him. I mean, he's offered me to debate him, but I've refused because I've got him.
I would point out, no, that's a load of fucking bullshit. Rumpus is a waste of space. I wouldn't offer to invite Rumpus for a debate because I know that's impossible. Rumpus has no arguments that he could present. So no, Rumpus, you are lying.
So obnoxious, I just can't bear dealing with him. I am prepared to deal with some of his acolytes, but Bev himself I've almost sort of given up on trying to engage with because he's such an obnoxious character. But if I were to go in there, I think just little questions like, what's the elevation of this point here on our globe model? Not the way you might believe, but the way we believe. And I think those sorts of questions are very difficult to deflect from. Although he'll obviously try, he might say, so what do you mean?
Rumpus is going to try the tell me what I believe type stuff. And then when you get it wrong, he can say, no, tell me what I believe.
But he's saying, what is the elevation of this on the globe model?
Yeah.
Well, they say it's even elevation. So we're not arguing with that. What we're arguing with is the next step you take to say that the lines between the 2 points are now somehow curved when you've got no evidence of that. You've got no geometry that allows you to do that, to put a curved line between 2 points, shortest distance. Like, it's just insane. And then all you can do is belittle us. It's pathetic.
Yeah, this is the Blue Marble Science team. This is how they do science. How they come to new theories and breakthroughs within science. You're literally watching it firsthand as it's happening. Groundbreaking stuff.
About 10 times, and I say, all I want you to know, tell me, is what you think the elevation of this point. And you might put your point above the surface of the earth, or slightly below it, or one to the side, or something. And then another point that's a similar distance and radius from the center of the earth. Say, what do you think that elevation is then on our model? And then I think those sorts of things, it's almost impossible to. Well, anyway, I'm going to find out with SE Montreal, but I believe some of those tactics are almost impossible for them to, unless they're going to blatantly just say, no, I'm not going to answer this question. They're almost impossible to avoid. But that's my theory anyway.
He's got some impossible to avoid questions for you. It's going to be, tell me what I believe. And then he's going to go, aha, aha.
You're wrong. It wasn't that.
I'm naive.
I can't wait. I'm looking forward to the question, Rumpus.
Blue, why did you agree to debate Bev? I mean, why'd you give him the attention?
That's Bob. He's upset. Blue asked for the debate, right? Blue Marble Science actually asked for the debate. And set the topic as well. Blue Marble Science. Thank you. Obviously, Bob's upset.
I don't know. Lost my mind.
Well, I enjoyed your Blue, I enjoyed your presentation enormously. So
He
I'm
lost
glad
his
you did it.
mind.
Well, it's not a question of enjoying the presentation. It's giving Bev the attention.
Well,
He just wants.
I know that's exactly right. And Bev tried to get me to go to fight the flat Earth or Mechtoons or someplace like that, and I flat ass told him that I had no interest in giving him the publicity.
Yeah, I thought
That's why he chose Mr. Sensibles, right? He knew that no publicity over there. Because that's where it was that he wanted at first. But then he must have got turned down, so he only wanted to do it with us. Got a fair few views, though, publicity-wise.
that was good.
Yeah, he did seem quite desperate for follow-up debate. So I think that his marketability is declining, and he needs engagement with globe earthers. So
That's right.
Holy shit, the projection is just smacking me in the face every 2 seconds. Far out.
There's no projection there. But, like, yeah, I would like to talk to more people, right? But not globe earthers, for fuck's sake. They're a crazy bunch of people. Blue Marble Scientists. I don't know. They're a breed of their own. I'm trying to work out how to keep away from the Blue Marble Scientists.
This is one of the reasons why I don't think, why I've long agitated that nobody should go on to Oakley's show, because
see, why is he doing that? Why is he talking about people not going on other people's shows? It's meant to be discussion, conversation.
Because it's easier to ignore the argument than to actually come and talk about it. So it's much easier for them to just say,
they haven't got an
we
argument.
Give the attention, you know.
I think they're embarrassed that they haven't got an argument, and this is the way that they can come out of it. We're looking good on their side for their team.
We shouldn't give. I just won't debate them. It's like, hang on a minute, you've looked like nothing but total fools for nearly 7 years now, and you're just going to turn your back and walk away because you don't want to accept the truth. Okay, whatever.
I'm with them, right? I mean, what's going to happen is there's going to be more conversation that comes between us. And these guys are saying, like, don't give them publicity. We don't want it. Literally, I'd rather deal without a confusion in my mind. Because I think we do better without them, to be honest. Literally. There's been a few steps that I've done that have been able to clear my mind and give me more chance to think about stuff. I don't want to be talking about, like, we went over to Geo's this morning and it's one of the weirdest situations going back into that arena where you've got, like, drunk people telling you that, I don't know, they can't form squares. It's crazy. I'd rather not bother talking. I'd talk to people that, can actually have a conversation. People get triggered up too much when you start talking about globe. Blue marble science.
You don't even talk about globe. All you have to do is say level is horizontal and they lose their minds. You don't even have to refer it to the earth or anything.
Yeah, that's the globe guys, right? The globe guys get triggered at just about everything. Like, in reality, nobody wants to talk to them, I don't think. I think they're the ones that are separating themselves. It sounds like PhD Tony's telling everybody, let's stay in our little group. Let's not go out there and talk to anyone. I'll talk to anyone.
Let's stay in our echo chamber so that we don't have to hear any rebuttals to our points. That's all they're going to do. They won't change. They won't come and talk normally. Like Rumpus just hates us. Blue just keeps going round and round in circles. It's like...
It's fine with me. I'm completely fine with that. I'd rather talk to people that we can have conversations with than people that get triggered about you saying, I don't know, basic logical truths, right? They can't even see an argument. They can't even see the most simple argument I could make. Those guys can't see it. It's like a magic trick. The simpler you can make things, less people see it. And I don't know what it is. We've noticed that for quite a while. So it's a strange thing. If you boil something down to the simplest, break it down to the elements of it, it's too simple for people to see.
Because they've got nowhere to hide within the, baffling. If they can't use big words and, all these fancy things and, it's really basic, something that even a child can understand, they hate it because they need to think they're smarter than everyone else. It must be absolutely devastating to see that we all figured this out before them and they're still behind. It's like, when are they going to catch up?
Well, it's a personal thing, right? It's a personal journey. Who knows what journey everybody else is on? But yeah, I encourage conversation, and I would discourage conversation that leads to people going insane. Because they just they have to deny everything I say. So I'd rather not talk to that group of people because they literally make shit up just to counter something that I say. Now, when I say something very simple, then they're obviously getting so triggered that they counter it with bullshit because they have to. It's terrible. Let's see how they're going to finish this.
Basically, it's just, the only thing Oakley has is yelling at Globers.
Yeah.
And the mute button. And the mute button.
And the key thing is he can't answer back because he'll mute you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, since most of us stopped going over to Bev's.
Going over to Bev's. It's Nathan Oakley that we're talking about. There's sort of like they're going to say now that they're going to do the same treatment that they gave Nathan Oakley. Well, I'm fine with that. That's good. Because who needs to listen to this? But I do encourage more of these debates.
And rarely does anybody show up. All that's happened is his channel has just continued to lose viewers.
Yeah.
He's sitting over there with 39 watching him right now. We got 105. At one point, we were up around 150.
Yeah.
Which shocks me.
Then why did your numbers drop? Why did your numbers drop?
You learn things.
my numbers drop because this is the way it
No. Didn't you just hear what he said? He was up to 150 or something. Now he's only got 110. Well, what caused your numbers to drop? Maybe it was the stupid bullshit rhetoric you were spouting.
Hey, 150
Oh,
people
nice.
were watching Blue Marble, but they were watching me as well. They were watching the debate that both of us were talking about. So, watches.
He was trying to attack you for your viewers going down when he just clearly demonstrated his viewers going down.
No, he was talking about overall, right? Since they've stopped coming over here. It's Model Affliction Monday. I did say they're going to stop coming over here, and Blue Marble's saying that he's one of the ones that stopped everyone from coming over here. Which it wasn't really. It's the fact that we've pointed out that they have no argument, and we actually do have arguments, and we can simplify them. That's the reason they can't come over here. Because we speak logic, and they're misologists. But they can think about themselves as being the ones that have dropped my viewing numbers. Which they haven't actually. I've gone up. I've got, like I say, I've got over 3,000 subs now. Yeah, so it's not what Blue's saying. He's making shit up. It's going in exactly the opposite direction to what he's saying. So thanks for all the new subs. And thanks for Blue Marble. Seems to be helping. YouTube content creators work together.
When you've been driven to, without Bev, you wouldn't have made that presentation. So although, as Tony says, you give,
Hey, Blue, I'll have 20 subscribers watching me tonight. What are you going on about?
I'm glad for, I'm glad for the, for that part of it, putting the presentation together, because now I'm going to split that into 2 parts and do a little better job on both of them.
There you go. It's got some extra work coming.
That it was worth the time, basically.
Yes, definitely worth the time. I think Bob's point though is that we are giving. I suppose you could have just made a video by yourself and then just presented it, and it would have been as good a video as that. But I thought it's quite interesting to see how the flatties responded to it, though. So I think it's a research project. You could argue it was interesting to see how it went. So I think
as far as I could tell, it was over with as soon as I showed my video. That was it. We're done.
That was it.
But he did. It's just interesting to see though Bev trying to tackle you on horizontal. The number of times he asked you the same question about basically whether verticals diverge or not, and he asked them about 20 different ways, and each time he sort of couched them in slightly different ways, and you were having to think about it on a couple of occasions. Think no, but there were a couple of occasions when you said something about verticals and along horizontal being vertical. Something you tripped up for a few seconds.
Very
and
critical,
got it right
isn't
again.
he, Rumpus? He wouldn't have made the mistakes.
I forgot what point I was going to try and make now, but yeah. So it's interesting to see the combat. From our point of view, it's fun too.
Rumpus is, I think he's roasting Blue there. Like Blue made a few mistakes.
A little bit.
Yeah.
He's going, oh, you messed up a couple of times there, Blue.
Rumpus wouldn't have made the mistakes.
How long can you make that horizontal? And you say, what about a ruler? Like, if we could talk about something other than the Earth, okay, let's talk about a ruler. You've got one horizontal, put it down, it's horizontal, and you draw a vertical at one end and a vertical at the other end. Are they parallel? Absolutely, because they're a horizontal line. Like, it doesn't get more simple than that. This isn't some great big mystery.
Yeah, it's hard work to realise that they're trying to make more out of it. But where? How? What?
Yeah.
How are they trying to complicate something so simple?
Because if it's not complicated, then they know that the average person will understand it, and all of a sudden they won't be smarter than everybody else.
Yeah, I suppose. If anybody else has got any ideas on why people can't accept simplicity, I don't know. I think what
but
they've done.
oh,
go on.
I got to get out of here real quick here, but because I didn't get to tell you about. Yeah, I sat here and listened to the whole thing on Friday. It was Friday, I think.
Yeah.
And I didn't get to tell you. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah. You had him scrambling so many times. I think he even got mad at one point. But it was a great showing, and I'm glad you actually brought an argument. It's too bad he didn't rebut any of your argument with anything. Like, he didn't end up telling us what level was or what horizontal was.
I
But you
think I
did.
think he just pointed at Larry Scott and Jesse Kozlowski and went, "Those guys."
Yeah. So well done, Bev. Thank you for that.
Cheers. Well, we will be going over it tomorrow. The art of the argument.
I think he was trying to trip Blue up into all horizontals.
Yes, that was there was a couple of times that when he said, "Are all horizontal?" and you agreed with him. I said, "No, Blue, don't, not all," because I mean, you said
the debate was about all horizontals are ... Blue, name the debate that. Fuck's sake.
I mean, obviously, you made the point earlier on that obviously there are an infinite number of different horizontals, all not parallel to one another, because obviously any point on the Earth all has different horizontals. But there were a couple of occasions he did manage to trick you into agreeing that all horizontals are parallel. But obviously, what you were thinking was just in a particular situation.
I tricked him into saying all horizontals are parallel. Like, how?
No.
What the fuck?
It's just the truth. He said it because that is what it is. A horizontal is one orientation. You can't say, oh well, if I'm standing upside, I'm standing at a 90-degree angle now, my horizontal is that way. It's like, no, a horizontal is one orientation. You can't have two that are separate orientations.
Yeah, you can't alter horizontal so you can stand on the side of a ball. Like, that's not the way it works. Unfortunately. But
we are not trying to trick anybody.
Yeah.
This is not, shit. That they even think that is ludicrous. Rumpus, we're not tricking anybody. If you go back to primary school, they will teach you how to draw a horizontal and how to draw a vertical. They don't change. Just because you want to change them in your mind doesn't mean they've changed in reality. So stop telling us we're idiots. Just go away and do something else if you don't like this conversation.
Yeah, there's no advanced blue marble science class where you find out that vertical and horizontal are somehow different than what you've been taught for the rest of your life.
Exactly. They think that we didn't get educated, enough. And unfortunately, what's happened is we got our education, got the education of geometry, then they have gone on to be brainwashed with this, other imaginary thing that you can't teach first because it's imaginary. You need the proper foundation. So they teach you the real foundation early on. And then later they come back and go, oh, no, actually, if we say the Earth's a globe, then we can do this and this and this and this. It's like, no, it doesn't work like that.
I need you to accept a contradiction and then embed a stolen concept into the entire framework of everything you think about, and then just bombard you with visual stimulus like Rumpus, and then give you a distraction.
Yep.
Don't look at it. Don't ask it. You don't need to think about that. Avoidance. ECV. Whenever anybody mentions it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
of one observation point. But he was then taking, Blue's just said all horizontal, meaning all the ones that can possibly exist on all the Earth, are all parallel. And then he leapt and he then went back from that. But you then corrected yourself. But there were a couple of occasions he did catch
corrected
you out.
himself. I caught him out with the old horizontals being parallel trick. Don't worry, nobody else will fall for that one, right? You know, the square one that we were talking about earlier. Can you make a square with horizontals and verticals? Or just horizontals? It's going to come in handy, that, isn't it? Because it's a trick, apparently, that question. Don't fall for it. What's the answer?
Must be a good one. They fell for it a couple of times.
Ooh, if it's a trick, what is the answer?
Draw a square on a wall.
Yeah, can you draw a square? Can you construct a square using only verticals and horizontals? It's a very simple fucking question. Shout out Mike Jones.
See, I think
tip.
I think Rumpus would probably say something like, oh yes, you can just use your parallel horizontals and verticals on a bit of paper, but when you're measuring the Earth, then you have to change it.
Well, no, on paper is actually in reality, right?
Well, that's where I think they're getting stuck. They don't seem to understand that the geometry we draw on paper is the geometry of reality.
It is existent in reality, Euclidean. It's real. Yeah, there are many ways to realize Euclid. But it's down to the individual.
Yeah, because you need to realize it.
Yeah, you need to realize that you are actually using Euclidean principles. Because if you don't realize that you live in a three-dimensional Euclidean space where everything's measured using straight lines, perpendiculars, if you don't realize that, then what use is it in knowing how geometry works? What use is it of knowing how logic is formed?
You could be tricked into thinking that horizontals intersect or verticals intersect.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's a good way. It's a good vehicle for teaching logic, I think. The entire discussion.
Oh, absolutely.
And the reason why you have to be taught logic, right? To root out fallacies within thought processes. Help you think much more clearly.
But you did make the point correctly many times earlier on, and then you just tried to
kiss his ass
I mean,
for
I
a
think
bit
you
now,
just exhausted your
Rumpus. You
patience.
just told him he
I
was
think
shit.
when someone keeps on banging away
We
and you
got
keep on saying the
tricked.
same thing, and eventually you're just trying to bend them off for a bit, it's inevitable. You're going to just agree to something just for the sake of. I would have had a headache after what you had went through there. Definitely. Although George always used to say it was amazing, I'd go on about 2 hours to a flatty or something, and that I would always be fighting all the way to the end. And George was always saying ridiculous levels of durability. But I thought you did well. But there were a couple of occasions when he did catch you. But you
Shout out George. God bless his soul.
You corrected yourself, but there were a couple of occasions when he managed to, by asking the same question 20 different ways, eventually you were getting agitated. I get agitated as well, and you said, and you said,
"Oh, he'll do it." Yeah, I mean that will do it to anybody, basically.
Yeah.
When they continually try to, and that's what they're.
That's right. I would do it to anybody. Exactly the same thing. Have exactly the same conversation because it's reality. Coming from reality with proofs. Not a trick. Not a trick.
Doing, and they'll ask the question correctly 8 times in a row and then try to sneak it in. And
Yep.
it's easy to get tripped up that way.
Yeah, and you start to get annoyed. You start to get more annoyed than you are trying to make the point. Yes, so you're thinking your agitation's getting. I've obviously been through the
Rumpus
same
is
thing.
getting
And
annoyed.
you're not. When you're trying to think, and you're getting annoyed, it can interfere with your thinking process, and then eventually you just start to go.
Well,
take notes in debate tactics with Rumpus. If you get him annoyed, it faults with his thinking process, right? And we know that he can't talk and think at the same time. And when he gets annoyed, that does his thinking. So it seems like there's a lot of things that interrupt Rumpus's thinking process.
It's funny though that he has to think that much because, like, if I was
trick, he thinks you're being
everything
tricked.
is so simple. I can just okay. Horizontals are parallel, verticals are parallel, perpendicular. I can be very confident in what I'm saying. So why are they getting upset? Why are they having to think around the problem?
Yeah, they think they're being tricked by simplicity, right? It's so simple. They can't get it. They can't see it. Simple logic, they think is some sort of a trick.
The reason you ask things 20 different ways is because by Blue getting so-called tricked a few times shows that he can't keep up with it because it isn't logical. So he's having to really think about what he's saying to try and fit it in. And then that's where the contradictions come in.
Yeah.
And they just don't want.
Yeah, you can't hold a fallacy and get away with it within the the Elenchus sort of thing, which is I would encourage anybody to start learning how this process works. I mean, some of us just do it naturally. You probably most of this stuff people are already doing, but there is an art to this communication, an art to the discussion.
Absolutely, and you do it brilliantly. That's why it's much better. I'd much rather let you talk to them and then talk to you afterwards like this about it than actually talk to them myself, because I know I couldn't say. I don't like to lead people in a conversation. I just rather them just talk, but you're really good at, get moving them and herding them in a direction, getting them into the corner. It's brilliant. It's fantastic to listen to.
Well, thank you. I want to do it more. I want to talk to more people. We want to move into some different sort of conversations, to be honest, because this is getting old, right? Everyone can see that the people that we're actually talking to, we're either in danger of talking to people that we are known liars, right? The people that have lied to us. I can't see the point in talking to that sort of person. Somebody who said something so ridiculous as a triangle can have 3 180 degrees corners. That's ridiculous, right? So you wouldn't want to do that. And Rumpus obviously has got a hate boner for us, whatever reason. Probably because we expose the bullshit that comes out of his mouth. And, it's not really worth it. Obviously, we're never going to get rid of him, so the conversations are still going to occur. But it's not going to be between us and them, obviously. It's going to be between us and other people. Anybody that wants to come and have a chat, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, it'd be awesome to hear some new people coming in with some different topics that they might want to discuss.
Yeah, I think there is a new growing trend of people, say waking up, but you just sort of entering into whatever the arena, let's say. I think we just be a different voice within it. Like I say, anybody wants to come and chat, come and chat.
I haven't done very many
Gonna
debates,
do what I'm
and
gonna
it's
do.
I'm not very good at it to begin with. But
Blue's not good at debates.
Then you sit here and try to run this damn stream, and deal with all of that too at the same time.
Agreed. And also, I saw you were looking at the chat as well, and doing several other things.
I would have been your production editor for you, Blue.
Yeah, I tell you, that's what you really need. You need a couple of people involved.
Yes.
Blue needs a couple of people involved in order to run a debate. He wasn't even hosting it. He was just running his YouTube. Oh, Blue needs a team. Anybody want to be on Blue's production team for his YouTube channel?
Also,
like
it's worth noticing that Bev was just working on attrition, as you were saying earlier. Just ask the same question over and over again. Try and confuse the words and try and catch you tripping up on something. And over time, over hours and hours, it becomes increasingly hard. You get tired. You become less careful. With the conversation shifting around, it becomes harder to sort of think about what you're trying to clarify. That's all he was trying to do. Was just trying to get stupid slips of the tongue or what have you. And it is telling that he thinks that somehow that's persuasive. A person can misspeak on
we
something.
All do. Sure.
Yeah, we all do.
We all do that.
Yeah, and the key thing is to recognise.
I am particularly good at it. But
if someone misspeaks, the key thing. I mean, I don't tend to do this. When someone else misspeaks, and it's not representing what they think, I don't tend to make too much of that. But I think you can make the point in a debate that if you do misspeak, you can say, "Are you interested in what I actually think, or what I just happen to have said that does not represent what I think?" And then I think you can repair the damage done by misspeaking by saying you should be interested in what I'm thinking and my point of view, not
there was
I
one
may have
point.
misrepresented.
One point in that video I did recently.
Did you hear that? Literally. Literally, if you misspeak, then you should just say to them, "I hope you're more interested in what I'm thinking, rather than that wrong thing that I actually just said."
But they're not misspeaking. Misspeaking. We're talking about deliberately saying that level and horizontal equal elevation are curved. We're picking on the actual things you are saying that you do believe.
It's a problem. They can have perpendicular. They can't have parallel. They can't say curved because it's straight. And they're in a right mess. There's things that they can't say. And there's things that they have to think. They're up shit creek, to be honest. And
in a barbed wire.
Yeah, they're not going to want to talk to us. Don't surprise them. I'm not surprised. I wouldn't want to come and talk because, I mean, that's some bullshit.
Recently on with SE Montreal.
Oh, SE.
He tried to say I said something I didn't say, and I got aggravated and said if I misspoke, I apologize.
You didn't.
I did not misspeak. I don't think I misspoke,
Correct.
But if I did, I apologize. Let me be very clear.
Yeah, you were right then. In fact, I checked. That was the one thing you hadn't misspoken on, actually, was the... but it did get a little bit complicated there because the escape velocity... Because you did make a slight error at one point. But it wasn't on the thing you said you had spoken on. Because obviously the escape velocity is...
Again, Rumpus correcting Blue. Like, who's
on
the...
escape velocity?
Yeah, who's Blue Marble Science here? Like, where's Rumpus on this thing?
That's special, that one there.
Yeah, maybe that's what Blue means when it, like you need a couple of people. Maybe he needs Rumpus in there with him, advising him within the argument. Sounds like it.
To go as far it is to infinity. In other words, get
Rumpus is
infinitely
brave
far
as
away.
well, isn't he?
So to go to the moon, you don't need to reach escape velocity because that's not going as far away as you need to go. But obviously, as you pointed out, if you get wrapped up in the moon, it's not going to come back, not because you haven't reached escape velocity, but because it's got wrapped up in another gravitational field.
Found another gravity well to play with. That's why.
Exactly.
To play with.
The escape velocity only works independent of any other gravitational field.
And of course, there's the other confusion.
The other confusion.
There's the other confusion, of course, it's the orbital velocity, because you're doing two things. One of them is to escape, just to get away. If you fire a bullet straight up, how far will it go? But of course, there's the other orbital velocity.
He's taught himself these
arguments. Which is another. There's two.
Just from hearing you talk about it.
I don't think you made that completely clear what was going on. You wanted these two things, because obviously escape velocity is just straightforward. Going away.
Again, I think actually it was a good presentation, and I think that anybody who goes into that video wanting to learn something will learn something. I did, and whether or not the technicalities are all covered, I think that's an excessive burden on a real-time conversation. Where the person's trying to tie you up and misrepresent what you're saying.
One good point, one insightful point you made, which I think is a good one that people perhaps don't realise, is that you would ideally, as you said, you would want to go up, but obviously you go into orbit. But if imagine you just shot up directly vertically, you would like to arrive at the moon at a very small velocity.
Yeah.
So you'd actually want to start off a velocity that would then effectively, you gained enough potential energy, in fact, to end up at zero velocity, or in other words, the velocity to go around the moon. So that was a good point that you made there. So there's lots of issues to do with what velocity you want it to be, and then what velocity you want to end up with.
Yeah, keep in mind that I was talking to SC Montreal, and when you start talking to SE about things like escape velocity, you may as well be trying to teach a chicken how to deal blackjack. So you got to try. I mean, you really have to keep it very, very simple.
Yeah,
escape velocity. So many people don't understand.
I can imagine him doing that.
Escape velocity is an instantaneous velocity, and it depends very much on.
Of all of the things he's ever said, I can imagine him attempting to do that.
Chicken.
I think, Blue Marble science, like a scientific experiment to see whether he can teach a chicken how to play blackjack. I reckon. Yeah, like I say, when I think about it, it's like, can I imagine that? Yeah, of course I can. Blue, I can imagine Blue being that lonely that he's sat in the backyard trying to teach a chicken to play blackjack.
Next to his donkey.
Yeah.
Well, how else does he know?
The center of that massive thing.
Sorry, go on.
I said, how else does he know how hard it is?
Yeah. He's got to work from personal experience. Otherwise, he'd just be making shit up, wouldn't he?
The genius scientist told me that escape velocity doesn't count for rockets. That's what he said. Yeah.
Nice.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
It's where you
Because we're talking about escape velocity on the surface of the Earth, but obviously, if you were say a few tens of hundred kilometers up, the escape velocity would be different.
It's different. Yeah, absolutely. When we say the escape velocity from Earth is 25,020 miles an hour, that is an instantaneous velocity at the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
What?
Now, if you start from orbit, the escape velocity is different. It's smaller.
Yeah.
What?
And then, of course, but then you've got the additional.
According to their model, that is true.
17,000 miles an hour in orbit.
What? Instantaneously?
No,
right?
Their model states that if you want to leave from the ground, it's 25,000 miles an hour. I'm not saying I believe this. That's what I was trying to tell
When
him.
do you have to hit that? Surely it's not instantaneously from takeoff, because that's impossible, right?
Yeah. You work up slowly to it. I mean, I don't know if he said instantaneous. He must have been watching a Bugs Bunny movie or something.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was just within his calculations, like, because that's all he's doing, right? It's only working calculations. So is it instantaneously within the calculations? I don't know, because
it's insane. The stuff they
believe. The
believe.
trick is obviously you then point your 17,000 miles an hour at the moon, and then you give it another boost to then zip off. So you can use your orbital velocity as part of the velocity you want to use to escape from Earth, or as far as you want to. But you then obviously, as you said, you give it a certain amount to try and get yourself. I mean, if you look at the Artemis profile, the way it sort of loops around the moon, and they did this rather peculiar orbit on it, where they actually went back and did a retrograde. Whatever your open miking.
Yeah, whatever.
Hot mic,
Whatever.
whatever.
Yeah, hot mic, whatever. You want me to mute him?
You need to.
Yeah, let's mute him for a second.
Yeah.
I've completely forgotten what I was doing now. Something to do with using orbital velocity to get there, and yeah. Anyway,
I forgot to save an image that shows
Something
where the
to do with
Artemis
it.
took off.
Yeah, he was just waffling
Went round
anyway.
into
It
the
doesn't really matter.
orbital trajectory,
No,
and
don't
but
go
the moon's
back to
over
it,
there,
Robbers.
but Artemis is going in this direction.
Well,
yeah, and it goes
That-
back, and it goes
think
back
about
on
it.
itself. It just, in fact, I think they've got the longest.
retrograde.
There's something
Yeah.
Yeah, it's retrograde, and they do something special. And there's something special about the orbit, which is particularly stressful. I can't remember now why. It's because it goes
I
on.
haven't
It's
got the image
retrograde.
for that. I should have.
Doesn't even know
they
the
use they
model.
use a retrograde orbit for the tidal dragging to assist with the deceleration to achieve orbit.
These guys are great, aren't they?
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
Even that is
it,
not
it
correct.
actually reaches a point where both the Earth and the Moon's gravity are slowing it down.
Yeah, like you said, there's an optimal
They do it
speed.
'cause it's
the
a
optimal
stable
speed is
orbit.
to get to the
That's
Lagrange
what they
point
say.
at a minimum speed so that you start falling towards the moon.
Right.
And even then, you got to use braking so that you're captured in orbit and don't go right on by. If they kept the engines running, went to 27,000 miles an hour, they'd be blowing through the L2 so damn fast, they'd have to use all their fuel to get rid of all that excess velocity, or skirt right on past
Or
the moon.
you're on a free return path back to the Earth.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yes, we're talking about what velocity you want to get. You see, it's the Lagrange point. Yes, you ideally want to just arrive there at zero and then let yourself fall to the moon, and then you would have the minimum velocity that you want.
They rail on the fact that why did it
You guys
take
catch
4
that?
days?
Yeah,
Because
fall.
that's an optimal speed.
Yeah, but the
You
minimum
catch
amount of
the-
fuel. Yeah, so they didn't want, it's bloody heavy enough as it is. Let alone if you want to,
Lagrange
if you want to carry
point.
twice as
Using
much
fuel
fuel.
for-
No, you
yeah.
don't.
Yeah, using fuel for braking is not fuel you can avoid using by just passing the Lagrange point at an appropriately low value.
Yeah, I mean, if you're carrying extra weight for fuel, you're not carrying extra equipment, extra people. So
It's all of it. It's the rocket equation.
Yeah. So yes, that's a good
The
point you made there. That
rocket
this Lagrange point you
equation.
actually want to arrive at,
I love it.
and then you arrive at the moon at the minimum velocity, effectively falling into the moon, and then you want to go. I don't know what the orbital velocity around the sort of certain the moon is, and of course. Tony might know about this. The moon is really wacky. It's so irregular.
Tony
It's
might
in
know
its,
about it. It's a geologist, isn't he?
Gravitational
Isn't it a
properties
rock?
that things do not remain in stable orbits around the moon because the
Big
moon's
floaty
density
ones.
varies so much.
Do you know
It
anything? How
wiggles
much
it
do
all
you know
over the
about
shop. So
floaty rocks?
it's actually quite difficult
Floating
to form a stable orbit around the moon. And a number of the things that
wrote
were
Tony
something were destabilized by.
Do you
the
reckon
change
Tony's
in
going to go,
density of the
nah,
moon
I've got no
and
clue
wiggled
about
off shape
that,
and then
Rumpers?
crashed into the moon. I think one of them is still orbiting the moon, but several have crashed due to the result of the moon having its mass not being terribly regular, presumably as a result of being
The center of gravity of the moon is off center, which is why it's as a result of being in tidal locking.
What?
As a result of tidal locking, I thought it was just
result.
Even Rumpus is saying what?
No, I think it's more worse than that. I think it's not just there isn't
worse.
just one. It's not as though the moon is sort of pointing slightly distorted towards the Earth. It's actually got lots of different lumpy bits inside of it at a greater density than otherwise would be, and that causes difficulty to generating stable orbits.
Yeah, so the first
not stable.
satellite gravimetry mission was actually to the moon. It was the first of the modern gravity missions. Was the Grail mission.
The gravity mission.
We've used it. We now apply sort of the same methodology to the Grace and Grace follow-on missions, which I'm helping analyze at the moment. But the Rumpus is right that there are large-scale heterogeneities in the mass distribution within the moon, and mapping them is a bit difficult because there's ambiguity about the size of the heterogeneity and its density. So there are trade-offs between them. So sort of the best you can sort of infer is sort of a you can come up with some constraints, but you can't really map it that well. So it is very difficult.
It's
But,
quite amazing
yeah,
to think that just lumpy bits, extra dense bits inside the moon, make orbiting it tricky. It's quite a very subtle thing. I think you wouldn't really think of that off the top of your head.
So I mentioned my PhD supervisor before, but one of his first jobs was he had a fellowship at the Smithsonian at about the same time as Carl Sagan, and
No
he worked
way.
on the satellite orbits. And they were actually quite surprised by how irregular Earth's gravitational field is. They weren't expecting they weren't expecting at all for the for Earthbound satellites to deviate quite so much as they did. Obviously not in the catastrophic fashion, but it was news to him. Actually, he has quite a funny story of turning up to work one day and being locked out because the satellite that he was working on was showing the positions of US submarines bright as day.
Did he just say that?
So any non-US personnel were forbidden from going into the controls command and control center. So he's all of a sudden at a loose end with nothing to do.
Wow.
All of a sudden unemployed. So
That's
in a
sensitive.
sense,
Wow.
yeah. That's not from gravity. This was a different. I think it was
Oh, okay. Yes, I thought that'd be a bit much. Yes.
Yeah.
Because there are also these very strange trails that you can track submarines by the trails they leave, and they're just amazingly sensitive. You just would not believe that this was possible, but it is. It's
very
just
much.
incredible.
Yeah.
Just
But
extraordinary.
the modern gravity mission, so GRACE, for instance, is sensitive enough that it can clearly recognize mass loss from Antarctica. It can recognize large flooding events. You can recognize mass redistributions after an earthquake, for instance. When the full thing moves around, you can pick up a lot of the drought in the western United States as you lose water, soil moisture, and that sort of thing. Where the satellites are sensitive enough to pick up that.
Wow.
So
That's amazing. Sometimes
Yeah.
the resolution, when you just think
Amazing.
about optically and the things like watching stellar parallax and things like that, and the resolution of these devices, and now this gravity resolution, they're just parts per billions or whatever. Just extraordinary. Absolutely amazing.
So,
It's like the Wizard of Oz.
The way it works, we put up two satellites that are notionally identical, and they're firing a laser backwards or an interferometer backwards and forwards between one another. And so if you imagine them flying towards a mass concentration, the lead satellite will accelerate faster. And then when it gets past it, it'll slow down. And so this inter-satellite range tells you where there's a mass concentration.
Wow.
And so as you and it's you're actually looking at the range rate and the range acceleration, and you're sort of picking up deviations of 1 nanometer per second squared.
Wow.
With these, and it's good enough that it can tell you something about mass distribution on the Earth.
Speed.
Right, so that's just 1 nanometer. That's
The speed of
that's
them.
1/700th the green light or something, isn't it?
No, the mass, I think he's talking about.
Well, amazing! God, look, that's 1/700.
Yeah, but he's talking about those two satellites that are talking to each other, supposedly, right? They're flying around together, going, "All right, Bob." Bob's going, "Yeah, Jim." And like they're just doing that, right? And they're timing these things between them to 1 nanometer per second.
Squared.
Yeah. Of course,
Wow.
you'd have to square it. Just a time, right? It's like a time from here to there. Like, why not square it, for fuck's sake? Right,
Oh
so
my God,
it's
man.
going like, I'm here, like a second. Oh, 1 nanominute second. Oh, you're going a bit faster. Oh, that must be because there's an extra mass. Where? Well, down there.
Just under when you notice the deviation.
He's like, hey, Bob, you'll catch up again in a minute. Don't worry about it. And then he
Think
does
of it
like, whoa, now it's my
like
turn.
a hump. Like,
yeah, it must have been a mass.
This is a space hump. Just went over a space hump. Don't worry, you'll catch up again in a minute.
Bob's going like, what? Mass? Or weight? No, mass.
Wow.
Oh, it's an
man.
extra mass down there. Definitely. Speed. Speed equals mass. Satellite talk.
100th or so, 450th or something of a green light wave.
Yeah.
length. That's incredible. Bloody hell. Bloody hell, that's the size of it. Hold on. That's the size. That's atomic size. That's an atomic level thing.
So
No way, he's just done it. And it's like these Bob and Jim are talking to each other on an atomic level. To go, hey, fucking mass down there changing. It's fucking brilliant. It's amazing.
Where? I can't see
It's
it.
amazing.
When Bob says to Sam, don't worry, it's atomic.
Yeah. Atomic speed changes. You wouldn't notice it.
So they're using laser interferometers to measure the range. So they've
So the traveling satellite laser interferometers talking to each other.
Wow.
Measuring to the fucking atomic level of laser. Atomic laser bits.
Well, yeah, if
Imagine
they'd
that.
be satellites in space, they'd have to have an atomic clock, at least one. That's a must.
Yeah. Atomic laser, though. Nice.
They're measuring the distance between these two satellites, the resolution of an atom.
They're measuring.
Sounds fantastical, doesn't it? Like you can hear Rumpus's voice going up a tone, up a pitch. He's like going higher and higher. He's amazed by it. Atomic level.
It's a nanometer per second squared in the. That's not the accuracy with which they're measuring the
distance.
Distance. It's the accuracy with which they're measuring the acceleration.
Right. Okay.
So that's a different calculation. So.
Oh.
That's still a lot. That's still impressive.
It is
measuring acceleration to a
still-
nanometer per second.
Yeah, it is still pretty impressive. But these things are, and they're sampled at like once per second, so they're not actually, but they are sort of. There's a lot of processing that goes through before we get the final numbers.
Well, of course, LIGO is just stunning me. The fact that they can measure a change in something like 1,000th the size of a pro.
Wally in the chat has said that they're space LIGOs.
He's not incorrect. They're planning space LIGOs.
No.
He's absolutely, yeah.
He's talking about them.
Now?
That's what Tony's talking about. And Wally's saying they are actually space LIGOs that they're using in order to measure the distance to speed change of the thing.
Well, he's got to do a little bit of research on that. I'm afraid he's a little advanced in his thought.
No, well, I mean, Wally would be the one to talk to PhD Tony. I'm pretty sure Wolfpack. Pretty sure. Part of the same team. If anyone would know, it'd be Wally. Wally's the one that says it. These are space LIGOs. These are. That's a... I don't want to be using words but that's saying they are. And Tony's talking about an interferometer. Hey, who am I to say? Hey, advanced stuff. You might not know what they've got out there already. Yeah.
Proton. I'm sorry. That's not possible. Do not tell me that. I refuse to accept that is possible. but I have to really. But I'm still not believing it really.
Yeah,
A proton.
It is remarkable what the modern, the technology that is being brought to bear on these. And I mean, there's a new style of gravimeter called cold.
Literally. Proton level shit going on up there.
Yep.
Yeah, fantastic.
It's incredible the technology they brought to bear. You hear that?
Rumpus can't even imagine it. It's that fantastic. Yeah, he has to. Because PhD Tony told him.
Atom gravimetry.
Look at.
And what they do there is they supercool at the moment rubidium atoms, and they create a Bose-Einstein condensate, and they sort of throw it into a chamber, and they zap it with a Raman laser. And what that will do is it will split the cloud into two. There'll be an upward going cloud and there'll be a downward going cloud, and they'll both have the same impulse to their kinetic energy. You let them separate for a bit, and then you zap them with another laser that will drive them back together again. And then when they're back together again, you zap them. And this, there will actually be an interference pattern introduced by this that depends on the strength of gravity within the observation chamber. So you can actually use a variety of wave functions to measure how strong gravity is, and they're trying to get these
triple laser blast. Pew, 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 once you put this special cloud of some stuff, right? And that literally, once you use a wave pattern or whatever, it'll tell you about gravity.
Chop it in half, reform it. Chop it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. I'm loving it. Imagine having a guy like this on a Discord server telling people not to talk to Nathan Oakley. It's amazing. PhDs.
These things down to sort of the size that you can put on a satellite. I think ultimately they're aiming for sort of chip level sizes for these things. They've already got them where the measuring chamber is only like a centimeter tall. So they're only measuring the rate at which these things are propagating along a through a centimeter vertically, and they're able to get quite accurate results. So
is he allowed to say
obviously
that?
the larger you build it, the more accurate your results are. But
Hold on, how are they keeping that cold? That needs to be
Vertically.
near absolute zero, doesn't it?
It does need to be absolute zero. So what they do is they laser cool the.
Oh right.
Are you familiar with? Yeah.
Vaguely,
okay,
vaguely, not only vaguely.
So for all so for everybody else, if you've got a cloud of atoms in a gaseous state, they're all moving around. You can zap them with lasers. That will.
That's the answer. Blue marble science. Zap it with a fucking laser. It's so much like Star Trek used to do it. Everyone's sort of done it, like, right? Zap that shit with a laser.
Rob them of their kinetic energy. So you basically, it's kind of like having a bunch of tiny animals and hitting them every time they try and move. That's how I like to think of it. Until they're too terrified and they just stay still. So
with lasers.
Terrifying the atoms with lasers.
Yeah. What are they like?
Subatomic
That's the way he
terror.
likes to think of it. Pew, 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 pew. Fucking have it. Stop moving, you gas. Stay fucking still.
We're gonna terrorize you.
The laser is tuned somehow. I'm not actually au fait with.
It's not a laser tuner.
With the technicalities, but the laser is tuned to rob outgoing atoms only. So it'll stop atoms going out of the cloud, and it'll rob them of kinetic energy. And it's like, you know, throwing tennis balls at a train until the train slows down or whatever.
Wow,
It's a lot of tennis balls
this
you're going to
is
need there.
fucking sounds futuristic, doesn't it? Get a laser to tune it to stop atoms from escaping a cloud. Only outgoing atoms. Amazing. Tune to F. F sharp. Is that F flat? I don't know. Tune your laser. I was thinking of more like a tuning shop. Like you with your car, you just take your laser, tune it up a bit for us, mate. What do you want to do with it? I want to stop outgoing atoms from a gas cloud.
From a gas cloud, yeah. But only the outgoing ones, and at the same time, I want to rob the kinetic energy. Don't forget that one.
Oh yeah, steal some kinetic energy.
Yeah.
Tune it to stealing.
So you steal some energy and you let some escape, but not others. Gotcha.
But if you fire the laser enough, these things lose their kinetic energy, and that makes them really, really cold.
You've got to keep stop the sort of radiation from the surrounding thing, obviously warming them up, of course.
Yeah, that's right. So that puts a limit on how
Laser.
cold the cloud stays. Puts a limit on basically how long you can let the cloud propagate. And at the moment, I think the length is 25 to 50 centimeters or something. So they can do it for a couple of the cloud will remain reasonably coherent for about 5 to 10 seconds. So well, these are the ones that they're planning on putting into orbit anyway.
Then they have to recool, so it works for 5 to 10 seconds. Then they have to do some cooling operation to make it work again.
Yeah, exactly. So they do the laser cooling all over again and repropagate them.
Oh, this is amazing! It just is
send up
absolutely
them up there with
unbelievable.
the
No wonder these poor little
tuned
morons who
laser.
can't understand basic maths or geometry or don't even know what calculus is can just sort of reject it all. And I think this is all part also this.
Is anybody here rejecting the tuned laser kinetic energy stealing atom, outward going atom?
Oh, we're just making fun of it.
Freezing satellite thing that's going to have to do it every time, obviously, because doesn't it get hot up there as well?
10 seconds only.
Yeah.
You heard him. 10 seconds it lasts for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, fucking sounds so fantastic. It's got to be true, hasn't it? I mean, like, you couldn't say that Tony would just be making shit up, talking fancy shit to his mates on
I'm with
Discord.
Rumpus. It's amazing.
It is
Amazing.
fantastic.
A new society where we do everything via switches and smartphones, and now, whereas 100 years ago you had to know how to fix your own goddamn car basically, and if you wanted to build something you have to almost get your lathe out. These days the only thing you have to do is to operate the bloody iPhone switches and the plug on the thing. Anything more you're totally detached from the science of this because we've built up all these marvelous user interfaces. You don't have to understand any scientific principles
Science
at all.
into the phone.
Hey, Rumpus, I still fix my own car. What are you going on about?
What car have you got, Terry?
I got old cars.
All right, okay. You can change a water pump or something, no problem. Then or get them there.
Yeah, I could do that blindfolded. Yeah, I could do it blindfolded.
Change a piston ring.
Yeah.
All right, okay, good man.
Rebuild the whole engine. Yeah, balance the cam.
Yeah. How many carburetors you got to balance?
Carburetors, depending on what Ventura size for the air fuel mixture, depending on how big a jet size you want. All that's taken into consideration for a normal carburetor.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I can't do any of that stuff, so it's all very impressive to me.
Well, if I could I enter here quick?
Who's this?
Yep.
PhD Tony, I have a question. I've
Mhm.
always wondered about this. What is stronger influence, a non-spherical gravity source or the gravity gradient torque when you're talking about orbital mechanics?
Okay, so it depends on the application you're looking at, but generally the gravity gradient torque does need to be taken into account, but only for really precise. For instance, the cold atom gravimeters I was just describing, the gravity gradient within the gravimeter, they're looking at sort of 20 centimeter tall chambers. And they have to correct for the gravity gradient within the chamber.
Vertical, do you say?
If they're doing an absolute gravity measurement, they're kind of thinking nowadays that actually all they want to measure is the gravity gradient. But it's the non-spherical gravity field. It has the bigger impact on the motion of the satellite.
Okay.
What the hell's a gravity gradient torque or whatever it was? The torque bit.
So there's a gravity gradient, obviously, and it will.
Just to make sure, we're just talking about the fact that the little g basically is how it changes with elevation or however far you are away from the Earth.
That's exactly right. This has this can have, if you don't correct for it, it can accumulate into a change in the orientation of the satellite. You can, if you let's take the GRACE satellites that are at about 400 kilometers distance. So they're still experiencing atmospheric buffeting.
That's ISS type. That's ISS type height, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the ISS type height. Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
They're still being buffeted by atmosphere. They're still receiving effects. And once they start tilting, then all of a sudden, part of them has a higher gravity is experiencing higher gravity than the other part. Right? If they're not, so it has So
hold on, are you saying that all satellites try and go along in an orientation that means that's even? So they always got to try and be symmetrical about that. Is that what you're saying?
Generally, you try and correct the attitude. You're trying to constantly correct the attitude because there are multiple influences at play. There's radiation pressure from the sun. Right. There's radiation, and when they go into eclipse, when they go behind the Earth, actually there's a force because now they're radiating heat.
Yes. Right.
They're radiating
like a radiometric effect almost.
Yes, that's right. So they're experiencing these constant perturbing forces. Now the original GRACE mission was launched in 2002, and
sounds fantastic.
It was anticipated they were going to have a life
left.
expectancy
Does anybody
of
want to
5
carry
years.
on and listen to this?
But they ran for 14 years. But towards the end,
I think we're finished. To be honest, it's getting a bit.
It's a bunch of waffle.
Yeah. Nice though. I did have another one for Tony, but it's getting late. It's 1 o'clock.
Just for the record, we're not laughing at laser cooling. We're laughing at the way he explained it.
I don't think Tony should be doing this more often. I can't see why he won't go and do that over at Nathan Oakley's. I mean, he seems very knowledgeable about it. I don't know why he's stopping people from hearing that sort of stuff.
I'm sure Nathan will be very interested to hear about laser cooling. Yep.
And the space interferometers measuring distance at like a proton sort of level in between satellites. I think it's fantastic. Like I say, I've never been watching TV or anything, so
yeah, Wally, you might want to do your homework on that.
Yeah, it's on Blues. We were just going over blues. Tomorrow I'm going to be going over the debate again. We might go over Terry, because I think Terry went over the beginning. So we'll go over my part, but we'll listen to Terry and then see how they took it. Right, stop streaming. Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. That was just us going over the model affliction. We will come back tomorrow, hopefully with the logic as well, to try and put forward the argument, and then we'll go on a tour. I think go and see Gem. Get ready. Buster. Oh, it's got to be model affliction again, hasn't it? Okay. Thank you very much for watching. I know it's gone on a bit too long, probably. Join us tomorrow. We are going to be doing it will be logic night, and I'll go over the beginning of the debate, and we'll go over it piece by piece, see how we can make it better, how we can make it simpler, hopefully. Anybody got any final words? No.
Yeah,
Okay.
we live in reality. We don't live in fantasy.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Buster's going to sing us out. Model Affliction Blues.
All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blues. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain, it's your ball and chain.